Chapter 3053. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios Naples Gesture of Goodwill, Starry Star Realm. That's the fifth major realm. My imperial uncle, can you stop mocking your nephew? I'm only at the 8th satellite realm, the third major realm. You're clearly mocking this prince. Amidst his strange words, Yi Xian withdrew his concealment of his cultivation and blocked the probing of his spiritual sense. The true aura of a satellite 8-order cultivator within his body was instantly revealed. He was clearly doing this on purpose. Everyone in the surroundings had strange expressions on their faces. Yi Xian was indeed doing this on purpose, but the meaning of the word, on purpose, was completely different from what it meant to the others. Yi Xian's intention was a lie. His cultivation was indeed at the 8th satellite realm. This was his biggest flaw. Prince Xian's cultivation wasn't at this level. With such a low cultivation, Prince Xian definitely wouldn't have been able to accomplish such a shocking feat after returning to the immortal planet. Yi Xian wouldn't be able to hide his cultivation forever no matter how much he tried to conceal it. However, now that he was doing this on purpose, news of this would definitely spread. When that time came, even if Yi Xian revealed his true cultivation on certain occasions, no one would believe him. Just like now, with Prince Xue Ben laying the groundwork, Yi Xian's claim of being at the 8th satellite realm and the aura of his true cultivation fell into the eyes of everyone, including Naples, and instantly became a form of deliberate mockery and a slap in the face. It was clearly aimed at Long Tianba. In any case, no one believed that the aura of his current cultivation was real. Even the purplish warbler was confused. She started to doubt everything she'd been so sure of. At this moment, she even started to wonder if she'd been tricked by Yi Xian from the start. Could this guy really be Prince Xian? He'd even concealed his cultivation, otherwise, how could he know the secrets of the imperial family that even she didn't know about? What did he have to subdue a member of the Origin first-level mosquito imperial family? The ferocious aura of this mosquito beast was obvious at a glance. In addition to its pride as a member of the royal mosquito family, it was impossible to subdue it unless it was forcefully suppressed with overwhelming strength. From the looks of it, even the second level of the Origin realm would not be enough. One would have to be at least 3 or 4 levels stronger than the Origin realm. If that was the case, wouldn't this Prince Xian be at least at the 4th level of the Origin realm? When this thought flashed through her mind, even the purplish warbler herself was shocked. She was only in the black hole realm, so her face was a little red in comparison. At the same time, the purplish warbler's heart was filled with resentment. He looked at Yi Xian with hostility in his eyes. Bad guy, you tricked me so badly. You're obviously the real Prince Xian, and your cultivation is so strong, yet you made me worry about you for so long. You're so bad. Thinking of this, the purplish warbler couldn't help but clench her fists. She was certain of one thing: I'll definitely make him pay for this when I get back. Right at this moment, Imperial Uncle Long Tianba spoke up once again. Long Xian, what a good Long Xian. Prince Xian, what a good Long Xian. I have to admit that the ultimate trial this time has indeed allowed you to be reborn. How gratifying, the current you actually dares to treat your imperial uncle like this. Very good, very good. Apart from me, Long Tianba, I'm sure that your imperial brothers and the other members of the imperial family, and even the entire immortal imperial family, will be very happy to see you change so much. Long Xian, they're all waiting for you on the immortal star, ha ha ha. A cold light flashed through Long Tianba's eyes as he laughed. He coldly harumphed, then turned around and walked back to his own cabin. He had already decided that he wouldn't meet this guy again before returning to the immortal star. Since he couldn't suppress this guy with his cultivation anymore, and the other party had changed from his usual weak and easy to bully personality, why should he continue to look for trouble? After all, once he returned to the immortal star, the other princes would naturally deal with him. They wouldn't sit by and watch such a powerful Prince Xian grow so quickly. Following Long Tianba's departure, his two trusted subordinates quickly followed after him. There were no longer any of his people in the command center of the huge flagship fortress. Apart from the purplish warbler, the other 100 or so officers were all Naples' trusted aides. "General, we've arrived at the wormhole. Should we immediately enter and jump through the wormhole to return to the Graveyard Star region?" Right at this moment, a trusted aide with the rank of senior colonel on his shoulder quickly walked over. While reporting the situation to General Naples, he also took the opportunity to look at Yi Xian and give him a friendly smile. Ever since Yi Xian stepped into the flagship fortress, all 5 human intergalactic fortresses started to jump through space at the same time. They were all moving at full speed towards the wormhole that led to the depths of the Graveyard Star region at the edge of the first universe. Now, they had already arrived. As for the army of intergalactic fortresses sent out from the Demon Emperor planet, although they did chase after them, they were just bluffing and putting on an act. At this moment, they had long been left behind. Enter the wormhole immediately and jump through space to return to the first universe as soon as possible. General Naples immediately gave a new order. After arriving at the Graveyard Star region, connect to the Sky River Stars intergalactic network immediately. Also, connect to the Heavenly Underworld Stars intergalactic network. Go up layer by layer until you reach the Immortal Star. Immediately report the news of Prince Xian's safe return to the dynasty. After that, we will rush to the Sky River Star and stay there for a while. A large number of the prince's fans in the entire Federation will be waiting for him there. Since the prince has returned, we naturally need to go to the Sky River Star and appease these fans of the Federation. This will also be good for the prince's reputation. Naples was obviously saying these words to Yi Xian. He had already turned to look at the latter with a smile on his face. His tone had become much gentler, and it was clearly a strong show of goodwill. "Your Highness, this old servant is Naples." It was also this old servant who led the fleet into the Demon Emperor Star region last time. "Fortunately, I didn't let you down. This time, I finally brought the prince back to the first universe safely. Otherwise, if I failed again, I wouldn't have the face to see Jiangdong's father again. I can only die to apologize to the world." Does your Highness have anything to add to this old servant's arrangement just now? "The reason we are going to the Sky River Star is to give the dynasty on the Immortal Star some time to prepare. With your Highness's current reputation in the Federation, this time, the dynasty will definitely hold a grand welcoming ceremony for your return. Your Highness will also need some time to prepare for the necessary things." "General Naples, is it?" "Good. Very good. This prince is very satisfied." Chapter 3054. Translator, Nyoibo Studio Editor, Nyoibo Studio. Old Nath 5 Immortal Army Star Fortresses all entered the wormhole and began a planar space jump. After about a day, they would arrive at the border of the third universe of the human race, which was the Graveyard of the Graveyard. At this point, all the soldiers in the fortress fleet were relieved. This time, they entered the first universe with the intention of fighting to the death. They didn't expect that in the end. It was as if they were here to claim credit. Before they even saw the enemy, they casually fired a cannon. Then, they saw Prince Xian. They brought him along and started the return journey. With Prince Xian's safe return, they would all become heroes and would definitely achieve military merits. The immortal army of the human race's technology camp had entered the first universe many times to fight the Tianji race and their slave races. This time, it was probably the easiest and most comfortable time to claim merits. It was precisely because of this that all of the soldiers in the 5 space fortresses of the entire fleet were grateful to Prince Xian, Yi Xian. In this kind of era of space warfare, it wasn't easy to obtain military merits. The first time they met Prince Xian, they encountered such a good thing. This made them believe that Prince Xian was their lucky star. In addition, Yi Xian and Imperial Uncle Long Tianba had a tit-for-tat confrontation in the command cabin on the top floor of the Star Fortress. Soon, all the soldiers in the Star Fortress knew about this through the communication between the Star Fortresses. Almost all of them had realized that Prince Xian was about to rise. Thus, almost all of them had the same thoughts as Naples. At this time, it was obvious that there would be benefits in the future if they stood on the side of a popular prince who was gaining power. At this time, Yi Xian didn't know that he had unknowingly obtained the loyalty of all the commanding officers and soldiers in the 5-star fortresses. This situation was even more obvious in the command cabin on the top floor of the Star Fortress where Yi Xian was at. Although the hundreds of immortal army soldiers controlling the Star Fortresses were at their respective posts, they weren't in battle mode at this time. Moreover, they were performing a planar space jump. There weren't many things that they needed to do manually. Therefore, while these soldiers were guarding their posts, their gazes would occasionally converge on the resting area in the center of the command cabin. His eyes were burning with passion. It wasn't like Yi Xian hadn't experienced the feeling of being the center of attention before. For example, after he became the Black Mosquito Tribe Saint, he felt the same way during the Saint ceremony. However, at that time, they were behind enemy lines, and the Demon King Imperial family's fleet was about to arrive. Yi Xian naturally couldn't relax completely, so he didn't feel too strongly at that time. But now, it was different. With all the danger gone, his entire body and mind relaxed. At this moment, when he felt the fanatical gazes directed at him from all directions, he immediately sighed with emotion. Power was indeed a good thing. Ever since he entered the Starry Sky realm, he had always been tense. This time, he could take advantage of the opportunity to act as Prince Xian and show off. Anyway, as a popular prince of the empire, being too low-key would make people suspicious. Even if he was a bit of a profligate, it was also for the sake of his role. Thinking of this, Yi Xian felt more and more at ease. The arrogance on his face didn't recede at all. It was obvious that he had found the rhythm to it. However, although this appearance was natural in the eyes of everyone else, and it would be strange if it wasn't like this, in the eyes of Xianyuan Ziying, it made her so angry that the roots of her teeth itched. At this moment, she was already sure that Yi Xian was the real Prince Xian. This guy had tricked her so hard. When she returned, she would definitely find a chance to teach him a lesson. Your Highness, there's one thing that this old subject must ask for your forgiveness. At this moment, because they were already on their way back, there were no more accidents. Therefore, even Naples relaxed. He ordered someone to bring over some spiritual wine. After sitting down with Yi Xian in the central resting area of the command cabin, he carefully poured a few cups. Apart from Yi Xian, only he and the purplish warbler had a share. The other confidants, who carried the rank of colonel or major general, didn't even have the right to sit. They all carefully stood behind Naples. What are you guys standing around for? The other brothers have their duties and can't leave now. Anyway, you guys have nothing to do. Sit down and drink together. Yi Xian waved his hand and interrupted Naples' words. He looked up at the several colonels and major generals standing behind Naples. At the same time, his right hand made a circle and pointed at the ship control soldiers who were at their respective posts. Brothers. Everyone was stunned, and then they became excited. The prince was indeed amiable. He was too approachable. It was rare for him to be in such a position. He had countless fans in the entire Federation. This was clearly using virtue to win people over. In an instant, some of the soldiers who were more easily moved even had their eyes turn red. The colonels and major generals standing behind Naples were even more excited. They looked at Naples and saw him nod in laughter. Only then did they sit down in excitement. They each took a glass of wine, but they didn't drink. All of them looked at Yi Xian with burning eyes full of admiration. At this time, Yi Xian turned his head to look at Naples. Oh right, Sir General, you didn't finish speaking just now. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt, the latter was instantly terrified and almost stood up. "Prince, how could this old official dare to let you use honorifics?" You can't, you can just call me Old Na, okay? Old Na. F***CK. Whatever. Yi Xian almost burst out laughing. He rolled his eyes and nodded. That's fine. You guys don't have to call me Prince in the future. I'm not as old as you guys. Just call me Prince Xian. We're all on the same side, so it's a little more intimate. This was the first time Yi Xian had publicly said that Naples was one of his own people. In a battle between factions in the imperial court, such words were equivalent to accepting the surrender of Naples and the others. Prince Xian, this old official is ashamed. Last time, I chased you all over the place. In the end, I had no choice but to escape into the Starry Sky Thunder Tomb. At that time, I wasn't scared out of my wits. Only then did I realize that you must have some extremely important plan to carry out, so it wasn't convenient for you to come into contact with us. Fortunately, Prince Xian, your lucky star shines upon you. However, this old official must admit that I'm wrong. That matter. Yi Xian was indeed a little angry at the mention of that matter. However, the matter was already over, and he had profited from a disaster. There was no need to be too calculative. As such, he waved his hand and casually said, "It's fine. Actually, you cooperated with my plan. If you hadn't, I'm afraid that I wouldn't have been able to lure the Tianji race's Starry Sky Fortress into the Starry Sky Thunder Tomb. This way, this prince wouldn't have been able to destroy it in the end. Fortunately, everything was done, huh?" Chapter 3055. Translator, Nyoibo Studio Editor, Nyoibo Studio Satellite Level 9 Perfection, Your Highness, you're saying that your plan back then was to lure the Tianji race's interstellar fortress into the astral lightning graveyard and then kill it? After being stunned for a few seconds, Naples swallowed his saliva and finally spoke. As he spoke, the corners of his eyes twitched. And you even succeeded. In fact, it wasn't just him. Several other colonel and major general level staff officers who were also sitting on the side had similar expressions at this time. All of this was too inconceivable. It was simply impossible. They suddenly had a feeling that this Prince Xian in front of them seemed to like bragging. The purplish warbler even rolled his eyes. He didn't believe him at all. Yi Xian saw all of this, but he didn't care. Furthermore, he revealed this information on purpose. With the headless infant corpse and the remaining 9 Thunder Origin Pearls as his trump cards, the Tianji race's interstellar fortress was no longer of much use to Yi Xian. At the very least, it no longer had the qualifications to be used as a trump card. When they returned to the human race this time, they were bound to fall into a factional struggle between the immortal dynasties. If they encountered any danger and needed it, Yi Xian wouldn't hesitate to use this Tianji race's interstellar fortress that he had obtained so cheaply. As such, he brought this matter up now as a precaution. He didn't want to suddenly take out a Tianji race's interstellar fortress in the future and arouse suspicion. In reality, it wasn't just this interstellar fortress. He didn't even plan to hide the existence of the Mosquito Beast Army and the Soldier Ladle Army. As a precaution, he revealed everything first. After all, no one would believe him now. However, when Yi Xian really used it, they would be able to recall what Yi Xian had just said. At that time, he would have less time to hide. He didn't plan to hide too much of these forces. After all, they weren't his trump cards. His true trump cards were the Headless Infant Corpse and the Thunder Origin Pearls, as well as the Heaven Falling Bow ability, the Rai Di Seal, and a few other supreme treasures. Oh right, there was also the Long Yi battleship. It was a pity that it had not fully developed yet. Of course, there was still a final trump card, and that was the interstellar coordinate jump. However, in the first universe, Yi Xian had not imprinted his own coordinates yet. That was something that could be used to escape. When he found a suitable location later, he would deal with this matter first. However, as soon as Naples finished speaking, Yi Xian waved his hand and casually said, "That's right. There was only one member of the Heaven's Legacy race in that interstellar fortress. He was a mystic light realm cultivator, and he was killed by me in less than a minute after he walked out of the fortress. Then, I took that fortress. Right now, this prince not only has 2 demonic dweller scout fortresses with a diameter of 10,000 meters, but also a Heaven's Legacy race fortress with a diameter of 100,000 meters. All of them are private armies and have nothing to do with the imperial court. Don't worry, just follow this daddy's orders. In the future, those princes of mine will be like chopping vegetables. Sooner or later, they will all be taken care of by me. Furthermore, this prince also has an army of mosquito beasts. Who can stop 1,000,000 mosquito beasts? I also have an army of 10,000 void-swallowing beasts. Even if a fleet comes, it will be wiped clean. Furthermore, I have plenty of demonic dweller slaves. I have several thousand-man demonic slave armies, and they are all in the 2 demonic dweller scout fortresses. They are all extremely loyal. In short, I don't lack manpower or resources. You just need to follow this daddy's orders." When Yi Xian said this, Naples and the others' faces were already cramping. They knew about the mosquito beasts, but they knew even more about the void-swallowing beasts. Yi Xian said that he had an army of 1,000,000 mosquito beasts, and he even had 10,000 of those terrifying void-swallowing beasts that could eat battleships as if they were vegetables. This was a bit too much of a braggart. Furthermore, what the hell were demonic dweller slaves? He actually used the term demonic slave army, and he even mentioned 1,000-man demonic slave army, and there were several of them. Demonic dwellers being slaves was something that had never happened before in history. Admittedly, there were demonic dweller spies that were bought over by the human race, but to say that they were slaves was simply wishful thinking. Prince Xian did have some impressive methods. For example, he was actually able to infiltrate the demonic dwellers and climb to the high position of the holy son of a large foreign tribe. He was also able to steal 2 of the enemy's scout fortresses and use them for himself. These were all facts, and they also believed it. After all, it wasn't too hard to accept. However, everything that was said now was a bit too exaggerated. Everyone was certain that Yi Xian was bragging. If they were to find out that Yi Xian's data was rather reserved, they would probably faint on the spot from fright. He didn't have 1,000,000 mosquito beasts army, but 10 million. The void-swallowing beasts were also an army of soldiers. He didn't have 10,000, but 100,000. He didn't have 1,000-man demonic slave army, but 10. If Yi Xian were to display all of this in front of everyone, probably not many people would dare to believe him. This was also the reason why he deliberately said it at this moment. Anyway, no one would believe him even if he said it. He could also set a foundation in advance for when he used these powers that should not belong to a human in the future. Why not? For the next day, Yi Xian had been hiding in his cabin. He had no choice. He wasn't mentally prepared to explain the Luluwa incident to the purplish warbler. The key was that the situation wasn't suitable. If the purplish warbler were to make a fuss, it wouldn't be good with so many people around. Therefore, he could only find an excuse to hide in his cabin and not show himself. Even if it was the Starry Sky stronghold, it would take a long time to jump through a wormhole of this level. In order to be safe, an entire day would be spent on the journey. Yi Xian hid in his own cabin by himself. Since he had nothing to do, he started cultivating. The battle between the royal family factions was about to unfold in the human race's technology faction. Although all of this had nothing to do with him, Yi Xian had no choice but to be dragged into it because he wanted to use his identity as Prince Xian to search for the devouring origin source. Therefore, he urgently needed to raise his cultivation level. With this thought in mind, Yi Xian took out a large amount of Star Core origin source again and started to cultivate. Perhaps it was because he threw in another level 99 colored star core origin source, but in a short day, he advanced by a small level again. After this round of cultivation ended, the familiar notification of the devouring system sounded out in Yi Xian's mind once again, causing his heart to tremble. Ding! Congratulations to the host for leveling up. Current level, Satellite Realm Level 9 Perfection. Level 9 Perfection. With another small level increase, he would be able to enter the fourth major realm, the Planet Realm. Yi Xian was extremely excited. Chapter 3056. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. 10,000 people turn out after Naples returned from the first universe for the first time. He had already reported to the dynasty that Prince Xian was still alive and fighting alone in the demon territory of the first universe. In order to appease the prince's fans, the Immortal Dynasty immediately publicized this news. At that time, the entire Immortal Dynasty was in an uproar. A large number of the prince's fans rushed over from other sectors of the first universe. Even many experts from other races of the Federation in the second universe came. After all, the Federation's contribution rankings could be seen everywhere. As long as it was an administrative planet of the myriad Luo Federation, there would be a platform for the Federation's affairs. After learning that Prince Xian was still alive, and like a true lone hero, he had infiltrated deep into the enemy's rear and was fighting alone in the first universe's devil domain, these fans of the prince all rushed to the Sky River sector, and the waves of support grew louder and louder. Speaking of the best heroes and idols of this era, no one would dare to compete with Prince Xian for the limelight in the current situation. Immediately after, the 5 immortal human dynasty's starry fortresses arrived in the graveyard sector and entered the wormhole that led to the first universe. All the prince's fans in the graveyard sector cheered. After this, the entire Sky River sector was about to explode. 5 starry fortresses. If they still couldn't bring Prince Xian back from the first universe, the dynasty would lose all face. As such, almost everyone was certain that Prince Xian would definitely return to the human race with the 5 strongholds in the near future. More and more fans of the prince came over after hearing the news. In the crowded Sky River sector, Bai Jingjun and Zhao Long, the 2 military and political commanders of the Sky River sector, were both excited and scared at the same time. They couldn't describe what they were feeling. They were excited because Prince Xian had finally lived up to their expectations. Now, the entire myriad Luo Federation and the Tianji clan of the first universe had even issued a warrant for his arrest in the first universe. If Prince Xian could return safely this time, he would become the first human in history to successfully return to the third universe under the Tianji clan's arrest warrant in the first universe. That's right. Every wanted target in the first universe had fallen in the first universe. The Tianji clan's first universe's arrest warrant would not list important human figures who were not in the first universe at that time. Otherwise, the current immortal emperor's importance would be far greater than Prince Xian's. However, he did not attract the arrest warrant of the first universe. Every important figure of the human clan who was wanted in the first universe. Under such circumstances, it was obviously very difficult for them to come back alive. No one in history had ever succeeded. After they had all died, they had become famous in the 3 great universes. As for Prince Xian, he was the only hero who had returned to the human race alive despite being wanted by the first universe. There was almost no suspense as to how brilliant his official career would be. After all, Bai Jingjun and Zhao Long had expressed their goodwill in front of Prince Xian before this, so they still had some feelings for him. To them, this was an opportunity to achieve meteoric success, and it was already right in front of them. The reason why the 2 of them were trembling in fear was naturally because of the existence of the purplish warbler. When Prince Xian had fallen into the hands of the demon army's Black Wind, they had attacked the purplish warbler to prevent the news from leaking out and implicating themselves. However, the other party had used the Xianyuan family's protective secret treasure to escape. Not long ago, when the Neapolitan fleet had first arrived, the purplish warbler had appeared and almost scared Bai Jingjun and Zhao Long to death on the spot. In the end, the purplish warbler had probably been concerned about Prince Xian's safety and did not pay attention to the two of them. Since then, the purplish warbler had always been with the Neapolitan admiral. This was the second time she had entered the first universe. If she returned with Prince Xian and had the time to spare, would she bring up the old matter again and settle the old score with them? Regarding this, Bai Jingjun and Zhao Long were really unsure. At this time, the two of them were gathered in Bai Jingjun's official residence. Thinking about this matter, they both sighed sorrowfully. At this time, an old housekeeper of the planet manager's official residence rushed in with a face full of excitement. Before he arrived, his excited cheers had already traveled into the hall. Planet manager, Prince Xian has returned. The Neapolitan fleet has just sent a message and requested to use the Heavenly River Planet Star Network to connect to the network of the Heavenly Underworld Nation. They have already left the wormhole and are rushing here. What? That's great. Release the news immediately. Let's hope that the scene of thousands of people coming out to welcome Prince Xian can divert the attention of that girl from the Xianyuan family. Whether she soars to the top or falls to the bottom, it all depends on today. Bai Jingjun and Zhao Long immediately stood up in shock and immediately gave the order. At the same time, the two of them immediately rushed out of Bai Jingjun's official residence and began to organize people to go outside the Great Star Array to arrange the welcoming party. The return of a figure like Prince Xian was a big matter for the entire Myriad Luo Federation. Bai Jingjun and Zhao Long were the first princes to return to the human race. All the official preparations were being watched by countless people. No matter what, they could not allow anyone to criticize them. What's more, they were also nervous in their hearts. They only hoped that the next step would be perfect and that they could resolve the life and death crisis that could befall them at any time. In short, for this welcoming ceremony, Bai Jingjun and Zhao Long jumped up and down, using all the tricks they had up their sleeves and giving it their all. The news spread quickly, and the entire Sky River sector was in an uproar. A large number of powerful cultivators from the Federation and the nearby sectors rushed over like crazy. Some of the prince's fans, who were originally on the Sky River planet, went outside the Great Star Array. They wanted to be the first to see the hero walking out of the Starry Sky Fortress. More people stayed on the Sky River planet, eagerly waiting. After all, since Prince Xian had returned to the Sky River planet, he would definitely enter the inner part of the planet. If they stayed, they would still be able to see Prince Xian himself. It was also at this moment that, on the platform of all the administrative planets of the Myriad Luo Federation, including the Sky River planet, there was a crazy change in the data of the Federation's contribution points, the heaven, earth, and human rankings. Everyone who saw this scene with their own eyes was completely petrified. The change in the data of the rankings this time was even crazier and more shocking than when Prince Xian easily rushed into the Earth rankings twice. This time, Prince Xian actually rushed into the top 100 rankings in one go. Moreover, it was in less than a minute. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, no one would have believed it. In fact, even though they saw it with their own eyes, everyone still felt as if they were in a dream. It was too abnormal. Chapter 3057. Translator, Nyoibo Studio Editor, Nyoibo Studio Crazy Points Earth Leaderboard, Rank 999. Yi Xian, Level 8 Meteor Realm. Interstellar Mercenary Serial Number, the 131488080. Current Federation Contribution Points, 176878943, 30 million. The above was the contribution points of Yi Xian as an interstellar mercenary of the Federation that had been displayed at the bottom of the Federation Earth leaderboard ever since he left the third universe. This data had not changed for a very long time. The data was collected by the virtual interstellar mercenary card, which was tied together with the virtual identity card of a Federation citizen and branded into the primordial spirit of every Federation citizen. Once this interstellar mercenary had a harvest, the virtual interstellar mercenary card branded into his primordial spirit would be appraised. At the same time, after calculating the contribution points, it would send out some kind of signal that would be received by the myriad Luo Federation's main interstellar network. Immediately after, the main interstellar network would feed this data back to the database. If the amount of data had reached a level where it could cause the rankings of the 3 leaderboards to change, then the Federation's main interstellar network would immediately send out a signal to the Federation's affairs halls in all the administrative planets of the myriad Luo Federation to adjust the leaderboard data. However, the main interstellar network signal of the Federation could only cover the 3rd universe. Even the 2nd universe, which also belonged to the myriad Luo Federation, was one step slower in terms of data transmission. As for the 1st universe, which was controlled by the Tianji race, it was needless to say. To the Federation's interstellar network, that was a blank area. The Tianji race would never allow the myriad Luo Federation's main interstellar network to extend its tentacles there. Therefore, once an interstellar mercenary entered the 1st universe, the virtual identity card of a Federation citizen branded into his primordial spirit, as well as the virtual identity card of the interstellar mercenary, would temporarily fall into a deep sleep. Although the data was constantly being collected and appraised, it could only be temporarily stored. Once they returned to the 3rd universe or the 2nd universe, this data would be fed back to the Federation's main interstellar network. Yi Xian was currently in such a situation. This time, he had gone to the 1st universe, where the Tianji race was, and done many big things in the demon domain. Killing a large number of devilish beings and subduing a large number of devilish beings into devilish slaves were just a small part of his income. Entering the Saint Devil forbidden land of the demonic emperor planet was a great source of income. After all, the multi-pupil thought crystal was a resource that the human race did not have. Even though it had fallen into the hands of Yi Xian, wasn't Yi Xian's growth also an increase in the strength of the human race? Therefore, these were also counted into the Federation's contribution points. There was also the harvest of the Mosquito Beast Army and the Soldier Ladle Army, as well as the points obtained from obtaining the ship of the Holy Sun and killing a large number of evil slimes within it. There was also the fact that the Heavenly Legacy race had issued an arrest warrant for the 1st universe, but he had safely returned to the human race. This great achievement had given all the experts of the Federation an invisible boost in points. Apart from that, the relic of the human race's technological pioneer, Xingbo, the Life Fortress, had also returned. There was also the harvest of the butterfly transformation, as well as the points obtained from killing a mystic light realm expert of the Heavenly Legacy race. When Yi Xian had succeeded in the 1st universe, all of this had been recorded by the Federation interstellar mercenary card imprinted in his primordial soul. The points had been calculated, but they had always been stored away. However, at this moment, as Yi Xian returned to the 3rd universe, the Federation interstellar mercenary card imprinted in his primordial soul once again connected with the Federation's main interstellar network. Therefore, all of the points and contribution points were fed back at once. This directly caused Yi Xian's contribution points and basic data to skyrocket. Of course, the Federation interstellar mercenary card would only feed back the contribution points and some basic data, such as Yi Xian's cultivation progress, and so on. However, the Federation interstellar mercenary card would not feed back how the contribution points were obtained, who they killed, and what they obtained. This was also a secret method. Otherwise, wouldn't any Federation expert be monitored no matter what they did? Even if these things were only fed back to the Federation's main interstellar network and would not be publicly disclosed, some people still had the right to access the confidential data and information on the Federation's main interstellar network. If these things were recorded, it would obviously cause people to feel uneasy. Therefore, all of the Federation interstellar mercenary cards would not feed back this information. This was already a consensus. The moment Yi Xian's flagship fortress charged out of the wormhole, the Federation mercenary card imprinted in his primordial soul once again connected with the Federation's main interstellar network. His interstellar mercenary card imprinted in his primordial soul instantly jumped and changed. The first change was as follows: Earth ranking, 899th. Yi Xian, Level 9 Satellite Realm. Interstellar mercenary card number, the 131488080. Current Federation contribution points, 376878482, 30 million. With the first change, his cultivation level was refreshed. From the first realm, Level 8 Meteor Realm, to the third realm, Level 9 Satellite Realm. However, no one took this data seriously. How could a satellite realm expert be so rampant in the first universe? Furthermore, how long had it been since Prince Xian left the third universe? It had only been 2 to 3 months. How could he have jumped from the first realm to the third realm? He had obviously concealed his cultivation level. In addition, the original 999th place on the Earth leaderboard had instantly jumped to the 899th place. Such a thing had never happened before in the history of the Earth leaderboard. As for the Federation contribution points, they had increased by more than 200 million points. Regarding this, everyone was already numb. Previously, Prince Xian had increased his contribution points from 0 to more than 100 million points in an instant. Now that he had increased his contribution points by 200 million points, it was not a big deal at all. As for the 30 million points behind the brackets, they were the points he had used to exchange for the 3-level, 9 genetic cultivation fluids. Compared to the 300 million points he had now, it was not even 1/10 of it. It could be said that in terms of Federation contribution points, the current Prince Xian was definitely a super tycoon. Although there were more than 800 Federation experts ranked in front of him, which one of them had not climbed to their current ranking after hundreds or even thousands of years? Basically, all the Federation contribution points they had earned had been used up. Even if there were people like Yi Xian who had saved up hundreds of millions of contribution points, such people were definitely extremely rare. However, just as everyone was amazed by this and thought that everything was over, Yi Xian's contribution points and ranking data started to jump crazily again. After that, his cultivation level didn't change at all. He was still at Level 9 Satellite Realm. However, his ranking on the Earth roll and his contribution points didn't stop changing. Every minute or so, his ranking would change. Earth ranking, 799th. Current Federation contribution points, 576878943, 30 million. Earth ranking, 599th. Current Federation contribution points, 13768788943, 30 million. Earth ranking, 399th. Current Federation contribution points, 26768788943, 30 million. Chapter 3058. Translator, Audiobook Studio Editor, Audiobook Studio, the only one to drop in 1,000 years, oh my god, he's already in the top 300. He's clearly charging into the heaven roll. Prince Xian has completely defied the heavens this time. He's my big brother from now on. No matter what, I have to follow behind Prince Xian. I can't stop earning points. That's more than 4 billion Federation contribution points. I've never seen so many in my life. It's hard not to make a fortune if I follow Prince Xian. Who knows, we might even have a chance to enter the Earth roll. Pfft. If you can enter the mortal roll in this lifetime, even if it's the 1000th place, I'll carry your shoes. Look, he's already in the top 200. I dare to bet that Prince Xian will definitely charge into the top 100 and enter the heaven roll. F***CK. Are you robbing me? We can bet, but let's switch. I'll bet that Prince Xian can enter the heaven roll. You're so shameless. You must be crazy about points. Tianqing River, Federation Affairs Platform. A large number of Prince Xian's fans had gathered here. They were so crowded that not even a drop of water could trickle through. All of them were looking up, and their gazes were focused on a huge display screen. This display screen was originally divided into 3 sections. 3 showed the heaven roll, 1 showed the earth roll, and 1 showed the mortal roll. But now, the 1/3 of the screen that showed the mortal roll no longer showed the mortal roll's data. Instead, it showed Yi Xian's data in huge font. It was a shocking sight. What was even more shocking was that Yi Xian's ranking and points on the display screen were still changing. Just as countless Prince Xian's fans were discussing, Yi Xian's ranking and points were temporarily fixed. Earth Roll, 199th. Federation Contribution Points, 66768788943, 30 million. Ranked 199th on the Earth Roll, Federation Contribution Points, more than 6 billion. This data had numbed countless people. But everyone knew that it would change again. This time, if Prince Xian didn't charge into the heaven roll in one fell swoop, that was, the top 100, no one would be willing to accept it. In fact, Prince Xian didn't disappoint. The data on the Earth roll changed again. Heaven ranking, 99th. Current Federation Contribution Points, 96768788943, 300000000. Another 100 ranks jumped, and his points increased by 3 billion, reaching more than 9 billion. He was just a little bit away from 10 billion. Heaven Leaderboard, 1 to 100. Earth Ranking, 101-1000 Ranking List of Young Masters, 1001, 10,000. There were countless powerhouses in the entire Wanluo Federation. Just the human race alone had the science and technology faction and the cultivation faction. In addition to the human race, there were many other Federation races in the second universe. There were countless powerhouses, but only the top 10,000 were displayed on the list. Although the data of the top 100 powerhouses on the Heaven Leaderboard still changed, as they were still earning contribution points from the Federation, the rankings had not changed for thousands of years. Today was the first time there had been a change in the Heaven List rankings. A former powerhouse on the Heaven List had been pushed down by Yi Xian. This powerhouse was originally ranked at the end of the Heaven Leaderboard, 100th. But now, he was at the top of the Earth Leaderboard, 101st. When this data change appeared, in a dark space in the second universe, a vicious and sinister murmur was faintly heard. Prince Xian of the human race's immortal dynasty. Good. You have guts. I spent thousands of years to get on the Heaven Leaderboard, but today, I was pushed down by you in an instant. Just you wait. If Yi Xian was the only powerhouse on the Heaven Leaderboard in thousands of years, then this existence was obviously the only powerhouse off the Heaven Leaderboard. The former was glory, while he was disgrace. It was no wonder that his resentment was overflowing. His voice was stiff and stiff. He was obviously not a human. In fact, only about half of the top 100 powerhouses on the Heaven Leaderboard were from the human race. The other half were powerhouses from the other Federation races in the second universe. This time, Yi Xian had squeezed out an expert from the Federation that wasn't part of the human race, causing the number of people on the Heaven ranking to increase by 1. For the entire human race, this was a matter of great honor. After all, the Heaven Leaderboard rankings had not changed for thousands of years. Suddenly, there was a human on the Heaven Leaderboard. Anyone would feel proud and excited. At this moment, the moment Yi Xian rushed onto the Heaven Leaderboard, countless human administrative planets in the third universe and countless fans of the prince cheered in unison. Even many people who were not originally fans of the prince became true fans of the prince from this moment onwards. Moreover, they were hardcore fans. After all, it was rare to see such a genius of the human clan in thousands of years, let alone thousands of years. At the same time, on the immortal planet of the first universe's science and technology faction, in the Imperial Palace, some voices were faintly heard from different corners. Although they were all shocked, the shock was mixed with other meanings, not all of them were the same. Some were agitated, some were excited, some were resentful, and some were desperate and angry. Oh my God. Old 18th, he actually made it onto the heaven leaderboard. That's impossible. Eldest brother and second brother are the most promising existences to obtain the immortal emperor's throne. They have struggled for so many years, but they are still only on the earth leaderboard. How could old 18th? Son of a mother. Whoa. Will your father dare to look down on you this time? Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. What a powerful guy. This time, he went to the first universe to rob. But only such a person is qualified to start a love affair with Ying Tai. I think he will be back soon. In these days, I have to settle down with his old nanny and make her acknowledge Ying Tai as her daughter-in-law. Damn it. Is old 18th on steroids every day? How many times has it been? How can we live? Among them, there was even the voice of the immortal emperor. Heaven leaderboard. Old 18th, is this really you? However, whether it is or not, it really doesn't matter. It was a simple sentence, but it revealed too much information. However, this murmur was not heard by anyone. Just as the immortal emperor finished speaking, on the administrative planets of the entire Wanluo Federation, there was a change in Yi Xian's ranking data. This time, it was a 10 by 10 jump, but the degree of shock was far greater than when the rankings jumped from 100 to 200. After all, the entire heaven leaderboard only had 100 names. Yi Xian was now ranked 99th. Once he jumped from 10 to 10, he would enter the top 10 as long as he jumped 9 more times. That would completely subdue the 3 universes. Such a thing had never happened since the beginning of time. Heaven leaderboard, 89th. Current Federation contribution points, 12676878943, 30 million. Heaven leaderboard, 79th. Current Federation contribution points, 17676878943, 30 million. Heaven leaderboard, 59th. Current Federation contribution points, 23676878943, 30 million. Heaven leaderboard, 49th. Current Federation contribution points, 29676878943, 30 million. Chapter 3059. Translator, Nyoibo Studio Editor, Nyoibo Studio 11th on the Heaven Roll Translator, Nyoibo Studio Editor, Nyoibo Studio. As Yi Xian charged into the top 50 of the Heaven Roll, the entire Myriad Luo Federation, including the first universe's Tianji clan, who had been secretly watching everything, fell silent. Everyone was numb. They held their breaths as they watched the Heaven Roll. The only thing on their minds was whether Prince Xian could make it into the top 10 of the Heaven Roll. There were only 5 human powerhouses in the top 10 of the Heaven Roll. The other 5 were powerhouses from other races in the Second Universe's Federation. These 10 people had occupied the top 100,000 spots on the Heaven Roll for nearly 10,000 years. Each one of them was a supreme existence in the entire Myriad Luo Federation. Many of them hadn't seen each other for thousands of years. If it weren't for the fact that their points on the Heaven Roll fluctuated occasionally, the entire Federation would have suspected that they had already died. It could be said that if Yi Xian could make it into the top 10, he would definitely be the next emperor of the everlasting dynasty. There were only 5 human powerhouses in the top 10. Even one more would be a great contribution to the entire human race. Just this point alone was enough for the everlasting dynasty to choose him as the next successor to the throne. After all, the invisible power to summon people was extremely terrifying. This kind of existence was like the spiritual pillar of a race. Sometimes, a single sentence from him could be more powerful than 1,000 soldiers and horses. This was also why the Tianji clan in the first universe and the higher-ups of the Federation in the second universe were paying close attention to this matter. The myriad Luo Federation was formed by the human race and a large number of other races in the second universe. Although the entire Federation was united against the Tianji clan in the first universe, within the Federation, the human race in the third universe and the other races in the second universe were secretly competing with each other. The changes in the top 10 of the heaven roll could indeed have a subtle effect on this kind of competition. Under everyone's gazes, Yi Xian's contribution points ranking changed again. Heaven roll, 39th. Current Federation contribution points, 35676878943, 30 million. Then, it changed again. Heaven Leaderboard, 29th. Current Federation contribution points, 42676878943, 300000000. In the end, he did it again. Heaven Leaderboard, 19th. Current Federation contribution points, 52676878943, 300000000. After 3 consecutive changes, each time only 20 seconds apart, Yi Xian's ranking had entered the top 20, and his Federation contribution points had reached more than 50 billion. If Yi Xian were to jump one more time, he would be able to enter the top 10 of the Heaven Leaderboard with just one jump. The 3 changes in the data tugged at the heartstrings of the 3 universes. It was not an exaggeration to say that. In fact, when the third change in the data was completed, Yi Xian's ranking on the Heaven Leaderboard was fixed at 19th. In the depths of Universe 2, a certain high-ranking member of the Federation couldn't take it anymore and actually fainted on the spot because his heartstrings were too tight. It was impossible for this matter to spread. Perhaps Yi Xian wouldn't know about it for the rest of his life. However, to the people of the Federation, the name of Prince Xian of the human race's science and technology faction was akin to that of a devil from this moment onwards. Their leader was so scared that he fainted on the spot. In fact, even though this fellow was the first to faint, if Yi Xian were to jump up again with such a range of 10, the person who fainted from fright would definitely appear again. Even if there was only one more person entering the top 10 of the human race, it would have an extremely huge impact on the Wan Luo Federation. Some existences who had important interests in this couldn't withstand this kind of stimulation. The stakes were too high. However, no matter how frightened those existences were, what was to come would come in the end. Yi Xian's ranking on the Heaven Leaderboard changed once again. This might be the last time, but that wasn't important anymore. This was because this time, he jumped up the rankings again. Prince Xian had finally entered the top 10. Heaven Leaderboard, 9th. Current Federation contribution points, 76676878943, 30 million. 9th on the Heaven Leaderboard. More than 64 billion contribution points from the Federation. No one paid attention to the more than 76 billion contribution points at the back. They had long since become numb to it. Everyone's gazes were fixed on the words 9th. The difference between 9th and 19th wasn't too huge, but it was more or less the same. However, Prince Xian did it in the end and rushed into the top 10. No one had done it before, and no one would do it in the future. Throughout the ages, this was the first and only example. At this moment, several core higher-ups of the Federation in the second universe rolled their eyes and fainted one after another. It wasn't that they were weak, but they knew that the Heaven Leaderboard might not change even once in 1,000 years. The top 10 might not change even once in 10,000 years. Now that a prodigy of the human race had appeared out of nowhere, there was one more person who had rushed into the top 10 of the Heaven Leaderboard. Then, in the next 10,000 years, 6 of the top 10 of the Heaven Leaderboard would always be from the human race. In the entire myriad Luo Federation, the human race was the dominant force. This situation could no longer be changed. That was why they fainted. After all, the competition within the Federation had never stopped. The many races of the Federation in the second universe had finally united together with great difficulty. They were on the top 10 of the celestial list and were on par with the human clan. Each of them occupied 5 positions. But now, thousands of years of hard work had been destroyed overnight. Unfortunately, these higher-ups of the races in the second universe had indeed fainted for nothing this time. This was because Yi Xian's ranking on the heaven leaderboard had changed once again. When the data started to jump again, countless exclamations rang out. What? It's still changing. He's already in 9th place, my God. Could it be that His Highness the Prince wants to rush to the top 3 in one go? My little heart, don't tell me he's in 1st place. Ayaya, it's cramping. My heart is cramping. As these exclamations rang out, the data on the heaven leaderboard stopped jumping. This was indeed the last time, but the result made everyone dumbfounded. They almost suspected that this was a problem with the immortal-level superbrain of the Federation's main star network. This was because Prince Xian's ranking this time had fallen instead of rising. It wasn't that this kind of thing had never happened before. For example, there had been an unlucky person who had fallen out of the top 100 of the heaven leaderboard in the past 1,000 years. However, Prince Xian had always been rising and had never fallen. Therefore, when this kind of situation suddenly occurred, everyone really couldn't accept it for a while. This situation isn't right. Generally speaking, when one's ranking falls, it can only be because someone else suddenly rose and squeezed down. However, did you notice that Prince Xian has fallen to 11th? The person who replaced him, who just got 9th place, and the 10th place behind him clearly have the same data as before. That's right. Their contribution points haven't changed at all. Prince Xian dropped himself, F***CK. What kind of situation is this? He dropped 2 places in one go and had 10 billion contribution points deducted. What did His Highness the Prince do? Is this punishment from the main network? Looking at the heaven leaderboard in front of them, everyone was dumbfounded. Heaven leaderboard, 11th place. Current Federation contribution points, 66676878943, 30 million. 11th place. Total points, 66. 6 billion. Chapter 3060. Translator, Audiobook Studio Editor, Audiobook Studio Overwatch Council of the Federation. In that instant, it was as if time had stopped in the 3 great cosmoses. Everything was deathly silent. The implications were too great, and it had attracted the attention of too many peerless powerhouses. At the same time, because everything that had happened was too bizarre, too many powerhouses were dumbfounded. First, under the watchful eyes of everyone, he had risen from 999th place on the Earth leaderboard to 9th place on the Sky leaderboard. In less than an hour, he had risen by 990 places on the Wanluo Federation's contribution leaderboard. Then, he had suddenly dropped by 2 places, falling to 11th place. However, this drop wasn't caused by the increase of other people's points. Instead, it was caused by the drop in his own points. All of this was even more ridiculous than the melodramatic plots in movies. Even though they were witnessing it with their own eyes, they still felt as if they were in a dream. At that moment, everyone was in a daze. There was only one thing on their minds, and that was that Prince Xian had lost 10 billion Federation contribution points in the blink of an eye. His ranking had dropped by 2 places on the Sky leaderboard. Then, what exactly had he done? What had he done to anger the heavens and cause the main control center of the Federation's main starry sky network, which was the immortal-grade superbrain on the immortal planet, to be so furious? This was only Prince Xian. He originally had more than 76. 6 billion points. After 10 billion points were deducted, he still had 66. 6 billion points left. If it had been anyone else, after 10 billion points were deducted, they would probably have had to work for the Wanluo Federation to repay their debts. They would never be able to make a comeback. However, this drop in ranking and the shocking deduction of points also reflected the fairness of the Federation's main starry sky network. This made those who were unhappy and wanted to criticize Prince Xian after seeing him earn more than 70 billion points in an hour, rising by nearly 1,000 places, wisely shut their mouths before they could say anything. However, what exactly Prince Xian had done had become an eternal mystery. It was just like how he had been able to earn points so quickly time and time again. It had only taken him 3 times to reach the top 9. It had become a knot in the hearts of countless cultivators in the 3 universes that could not be undone. Moreover, as his heaven list ranking dropped from the top 9 to the 11th in an instant, he stayed at the 9th place for less than a minute. It was completely negligible. The tension in Universe 2 was finally moderately relieved. Although the 11th place was only 1 place away from the top 10, it was not the top 10 after all. In the top 10 of the heaven list, there were still only 5 human elites on the list. The other 5 were elites from various Federation races in the second universe. The Myriad Luo Federation was able to maintain a weak balance between the 2 major planar factions. This kind of situation was what many people were willing to see. However, because of all this, countless elites from the 2 universes remembered Prince Xian. They remembered this young descendant who had made them tremble with fear and who had even caused a few of them to faint, while countless elites in the 3 universes were speculating about Prince Xian's mistakes. The Overwatch Council of the Myriad Luo Federation, which was located on the immortal star of the Everlasting Dynasty, immediately launched an investigation into this matter. It had to be mentioned that this was the headquarters of the Myriad Luo Federation. The Myriad Luo Federation was an alliance formed by the human race of the 3rd universe and a large number of other races in Universe 2. Their power included the 3rd and 2nd universes. However, their headquarters was located on the immortal star of the human race's science and technology faction in Universe 3. The reason for this was that the mainframe of the star web on the immortal star was an immortal-level starry sky superbrain. This was the only one in the 3 universes. It was said that the headquarters of the Tianji race also had an immortal-level starry sky superbrain, but this had yet to be confirmed. The Myriad Luo Federation's headquarters was located on the immortal star not because the Everlasting Dynasty was very powerful. In fact, the Everlasting Dynasty was only the sole overlord of the human race's science and technology faction. On the human race's side, there was also the overlord of the cultivation faction, the Tenju Celestial Palace, which was on equal footing with the Myriad Luo Federation. However, as a federation, their power included the planes of the 2 universes. What was the most important thing? It was the ability to communicate. This was a technological ability. Although the Tenju Celestial Palace was powerful, it couldn't reach the level of the immortal star in this aspect. It was the same for the other Federation races in Universe 2. Therefore, the immortal star became the headquarters of the Myriad Luo Federation. An area was specially set aside on the immortal star as the Federation's headquarters. Not only were there experts from the Everlasting Dynasty's science and technology faction there, but there were also experts from the Tenju Celestial Palace's cultivation faction. There were also representatives from the other Federation races in Universe 2. Basically, this headquarters was equivalent to the United Nations of Yi Xian's previous life on Earth. The general meaning was similar. The experts of the Myriad Luo Federation headquarters on the immortal star were also paying attention to Yi Xian's sudden rise to the celestial leaderboard as Prince Xian. In the end, when Yi Xian fell from 9th to 11th, the Overwatch Council of the Federation immediately launched an investigation. Although it wasn't unprecedented for the Federation to deduct points, there were only a few cases in the history of the Federation. Moreover, every case was a major incident when investigated. Usually, the central system of the Federation's main network deducting points was an incident that caused the Federation great losses. Because of this, although the central system of the Federation's main network had already deducted points, the Federation's Overwatch Council didn't think that this was the end. They would continue to investigate. Once it was confirmed that the reason for the deduction of points was that this person had committed a crime that caused great losses to the Federation's Overwatch Council would continue to pursue the matter. Moreover, the Federation's Overwatch Council was an independent monitoring organization. Although there were experts from both the human race and the Second Universe, the current supervisor was the great-uncle of the Immortal Dynasty, who had always supported the Great Prince. He was also the current Immortal Emperor's elder brother, Long Huai. Therefore, when he saw that Prince Xian's points were deducted by a terrifying amount of 10 billion, it wasn't a surprise that the so-called secret investigation was immediately launched. There were many other reasons behind this. The higher-ups of the Federation and the Immortal Dynasty were well aware of this. However, no one would say much about it. Even the Immortal Emperor maintained his silence. No one knew what he was thinking. However, everyone knew that even though Prince Xian's sudden appearance had caused the Immortal Emperor to view him in a new light and had even listed him as a candidate to be the next heir to the Immortal Dynasty's throne, the Immortal Emperor still wouldn't interfere in this investigation. In order to become a qualified Immortal Emperor, other than being able to make waves behind enemy lines, one also needed to have methods within oneself. If Prince Xian couldn't even pass this test and fell into the hands of the Overwatch Council, then he also didn't have the right to inherit the Immortal Emperor's throne. Chapter 3061. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation Old Bastard. The journey from the wormhole in the depths of the Graveyard Star Field to the Heavenly River Star at the edge of the Graveyard Star Field was actually quite long. Even a massive object like the Starry Sky Fortress needed half a day to perform a space jump. During this process, the flagship fortress that Naples was in had already contacted the Heavenly River Star. Through the Heavenly River Star's administrative star network, it connected to the higher-level star network. First, it connected to the Heavenly Dust Star Nation, then to the Heavenly Underworld Star Imperial Capital. Step by step, it connected to the main star network of the Everlasting Dynasty. The news of Prince Xian's return was immediately reported to the Everlasting Dynasty. At the same time, everything that happened on the Federation's contribution ranking was also fed back to the fleet of human fortresses. All the soldiers in the 5 Starry Sky Fortresses were completely dumbfounded when they heard that Prince Xian had actually made it to the 9th place on the Heaven Leaderboard. Immediately after that, when Prince Xian dropped from the 9th place to the 11th place due to the deduction of his own points, everyone in the fortress fleet came back to their senses. Their expressions were extremely strange. To them, this kind of thing was like a legend, including Naples, the Purplish Warbler, and Imperial Uncle Long Tianba. The only difference was that Imperial Uncle Long Tianba was stunned for a while before he laughed out loud. He naturally realized that this matter would definitely bring a lot of trouble to Yi Xian. His eldest brother, Long Huai, who was in charge of the Federation's Overwatch Council, had always supported the first prince. Now that Prince Xian was like the sun in the sky, Imperial Uncle Long Huai couldn't just sit by and do nothing. He would also be able to benefit by supporting the second prince, Long Tianba, if he dealt with Prince Xian. Although the Purplish Warbler didn't understand the pros and cons of this matter, as the 3-star general of the Immortal Army, Naples understood. He immediately rushed to the cabin where Yi Xian was in seclusion and requested to see the first prince. In fact, Yi Xian had already expected that the Federation's contribution ranking would skyrocket when he returned to the 3rd universe. However, he didn't expect it to increase to this extent, and he actually rushed to the top of the Heaven Leaderboard. Originally, according to his estimation, rushing to the bottom of the Heaven Leaderboard was already good enough. Of course, this was a good thing. The only thing that puzzled him was, why did he suddenly fall back to the 11th place after reaching the 9th place? He didn't really care about the difference of 2 ranks, but the deduction of 10 billion Federation contribution points made his heart ache. How many good things could he get with that amount of points? Therefore, Yi Xian was very concerned about this matter. He had not thought that the Federation Overwatch Council would target him because of this matter. Just for the 10 billion points deducted from the Federation, Yi Xian could not casually act as if nothing had happened. One had to know that back then, the level 9 gene cultivation fluid only cost 10 million per tube. 10 billion could be exchanged for 1,000 tubes. At the thought of this, Yi Xian had the urge to kill. However, no matter how hard he racked his brains, he still couldn't figure out where the deduction of 10 billion Federation points came from. Since it was a deduction of points, it naturally meant that he had done something that made the Federation lose a lot of money. Yi Xian had no idea at all about this kind of thing. Just as he was alone in his cabin, deep in thought, the slightly panicked Naples arrived. Yi Xian really wanted to hear his opinion. Since he couldn't figure it out himself, he might as well ask this high-ranking military officer who had always been working hard on the undying planet for advice. Perhaps he would gain something. This time, because they were discussing confidential matters, Naples came alone. Not to mention the purplish warbler, he didn't even bring his trusted advisors. Once he entered Yi Xian's cabin, Naples waited for the door to close and immediately said nervously, "Prince, I'm afraid this is going to be a disaster. The deduction of 10 billion Federation contribution points is definitely enough for the Federation Overwatch Council to investigate you. To be able to make the Federation's main network deduct such a terrifying amount of contribution points, it means that the person you killed is definitely not an ordinary person. Demon spy." Hearing these 4 words, Yi Xian's heart skipped a beat. Sure enough, there was something. He immediately asked, "Why are you so sure that I was deducted 10 billion contribution points because I killed a demon spy? Isn't it obvious?" Naples shook his head and smiled bitterly. "You've always been in the first universe. What else could you have done there that would have a huge impact on the Federation and cause a huge loss? That's a slave race of the Tianji clan, and you've always been in the demon sector. So, you must have accidentally killed a demon spy who was bought over by the Federation long ago. That's why it was recorded on the Federation's interstellar mercenary card. Of course, the virtual mercenary card has no self-consciousness. It will only evaluate how many contribution points you've done at that time is worth as a reward, or how many contribution points should be deducted. It won't report back what you've done specifically. This is also for the sake of confidentiality. This is recognized by the Federation. Otherwise, who would dare to use this kind of virtual mercenary card? But it's also because of this that the Overwatch Council has the opportunity to make things difficult for you. After all, they're the ones investigating, and the final result is all up to them. You have no way to refute them. The current head of the Federation's Overwatch Council is the great Imperial Uncle Long Huai, who has always supported the Great Prince. He won't let go of this opportunity to suppress you. After all, Your Highness now is indeed like the sun in the sky. Yes, what you said makes sense. It's just, who is this guy? General Naples' words made Yi Xian feel as if he was suddenly enlightened. However, Yi Xian didn't care about the great imperial uncle who was the head of the Federation's Overwatch Council at that time. He quickly fell into deep thought, and his mind quickly turned. He pondered about who the despicable person who caused him to lose 10 billion Federation contribution points was. To be able to cause this prince to lose so many contribution points, there's no need to mention how important he is. And the importance of this kind of demon spy is directly linked to the other party's position in the demon race. Therefore, the identity of the other party should be investigated from top to bottom. After muttering a few words to himself, Yi Xian's eyes quickly lit up. In almost an instant, he had a result. Then, a dull expression appeared on his face. He exclaimed in disbelief, F***ck. The High Priest of the Imperial City, Wenxing. That old guy is actually a spy planted by the Federation in the demon race. That old bastard. This is really F***ed up. What? The first High Priest of the Demon Royal City, Wenxing, died at your hands. That's a master of the Heavenly Passage realm. When Naples heard Wenxing's name, he was immediately sure. Only such a high position and value to the Wanluo Federation was enough to cause Prince Xian to lose 10 billion contribution points. If it were anyone else, they really wouldn't have this right. Chapter 3062. The arrival of the prince, you still have the nerve to say that. Naples was clearly blasted into pieces by your cannon. This prince only participated in the scheme against him. When Yi Xian truthfully told Naples everything that had happened, the latter was dumbfounded on the spot. After a long while, when he came back to his senses, his face was full of embarrassment. After a short while, he said weakly, "In that case, this old subject seems to have tricked your highness again. But this time, you really can't blame me. If you want to blame someone, you can only blame that Wenxing for being too unlucky. As a demon spy who had been bought over by our human race, he had already muddled his way to the high position of High Priest of the Demon Imperial City, but in the end, he ended up like this. He was killed by our own people without knowing anything. It's really more sad than being F***ked. In addition, this is also a turning point for us." At this point, Naples grinned and said, "Although we still don't know which higher up on the side of the Myriad Luo Federation directly contacted a high-level insider like Wenxing to be in charge of this matter, the last time I led the fleet to the demon domain, there was a high-level chess piece like Wenxing on the side of the demon domain, but this person actually didn't inform me at all. He clearly committed the crime of dereliction of duty. In general, he also has to bear a part of the responsibility for Wenxing's death. In the future, when you return to the Immortal Star, if the first Imperial Uncle of the Federation's Overwatch Council wants to use this matter to make things difficult for your highness, at that time, although you and I will more or less bear some responsibility, with this person to share the burden, the responsibility that can fall to the two of us will be neither painful nor itchy. The first Imperial Uncle, Long Huai, will never think that we have such a trump card in our hands. At that time, I'm afraid all his efforts will be in vain, and he will also reveal his sinister face of abusing power for personal gain. Just thinking about it makes me happy. In that case, this old subject actually hopes that he will make things difficult for your highness early on. At that time, Long Huai's sinister scheme will be exposed, but it will instead set off your highness methods and unshakable. I'm afraid it will leave an even deeper impression in the Immortal Emperor and the entire imperial family. We will have profited from this disaster." At this point, Naples was already beaming with joy. His previously incomparably worried appearance was instantly swept away. In response, Yi Xian shrugged his shoulders and did not respond. In reality, he did not take what Naples said to heart at all. Even if the so-called Great Imperial Uncle Long Huai had the status of Director of the Federation's Overwatch Council, Yi Xian still did not take him seriously. Although he hadn't been in the first universe for a long time and Yi Xian's cultivation base had improved rapidly upon his return, he was only about to break through to the fourth major realm, the planet grade. He could only be considered passable. He was still far from a true expert. However, in terms of foundation, he was already worlds apart from when he had left. His gains in the first universe this time were enough for Yi Xian to look down on the Grotto Heaven realm and even the supreme existence of the Mystic Light realm. He did not want to reveal some of his methods, but if he was forced into a corner, he could just fall out with them. With his current reputation in the three universes, even if he fell out with some of the higher-ups of the Immortal Emperor dynasty, they would definitely not dare to brazenly defame him. Not long after, the fortress beneath his feet trembled slightly and stopped. It was obvious that they had arrived at the Sky River planet. Even the Sky River planet Star Dock could not contain 5 such huge starry fortresses, so they all stopped in the void. In any case, they did not need to resupply. This time, they had not been in the first universe for a long time, and they had not experienced any great battles. The 5 starry fortresses were not very rich in resources yet. As for why they stopped here temporarily, it was just a formality. After all, billions of fans were gathered here. Since Prince Xian had returned to the human race from the first universe, if he directly returned to the immortal planet, it would seem too unreasonable. The billions of fans would be greatly disappointed, and this would be extremely detrimental to Prince Xian's reputation. Hence, the fleet temporarily stopped at the Sky River planet this time. In fact, it could be seen as a show. It was also because of this reason that Imperial Uncle Long Tianba did not even show his face, let alone leave the fortress. What the eye does not see, the heart does not grieve over. Similarly, in order to show that they were close to the people, there was no ostentatious effect. Not many people walked out of the fortress. Yi Xian, the purplish warbler, the Neapolitan admiral, and his 2 trusted generals were present. Apart from that, there was also a group of personal guards, all of whom were lieutenants of the Immortal Army. There were only 20 people in total. Such a huge fortress fleet, but after the doors of the flagship fortress opened, less than 30 people appeared. This scene even seemed a little cold and cheerless. This made the welcoming party and the prince's fans, who were already crowded outside the atmosphere of the Sky River planet, feel very surprised. At the same time, there were also exclamations of astonishment. Sigh, as expected of a prince. The higher the position, the more approachable he is. Look at him, and then look at us. This realm is really not just a little bit different. Yes, yes, yes. If it were me, I would probably have thousands of troops opening a path in front of me. Seeing Prince Xian like this, I seem to have understood something. It's him. It's really him. Back when Prince Xian was on the Sky River planet, I was very familiar with him. I recognized him at a glance. F***CK. Can you be any more shameless? Scram, I was going to say that Prince Xian is our big brother. As these words rang out, Bai Jingjun and Zhao Long, who were at the forefront of the crowd, turned their heads and looked at each other. Immediately, they came up alone with smiles on their faces. Originally, they were followed by hundreds of personal guards, but at this moment, when they saw that the prince was so low-key, they immediately retreated. In this kind of situation, all the tones had to be in tune with the prince. Seeing these 2 guys, the purplish warbler's face instantly darkened. When she came to the Sky River planet before, she was preoccupied with important matters and didn't have the time to argue with these 2 insidious people. But today, it was different. Yi Xian keenly noticed this and turned to ask, "What's wrong?" When you and Lulua were taken away by the black light of the Black Wind, the escort fleet of these 2 guys immediately returned. However, it was not to rescue you, but to kill you. The space pirates were killed by them. Even I, at that time, would have died if it weren't for the protective treasure of my clan. In addition, after these 2 guys returned to the Sky River planet, they didn't immediately report the news that you were taken away by the demons. Instead, they concealed it and pretended not to know. Later, when you suddenly rushed into the ranking list of young masters, I knew that you were still alive. Only then did the experts of the Sky River planet know that Prince Xian had fallen into the hands of the demons and launched a counterattack. What? Such a thing happened? Chapter 3063. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. To kill or not to kill? Who would have thought that these 2 fellows would turn hostile so quickly? They had just sent Yi Xian away, and now that he had been captured by the demons, they wanted to kill him immediately. They were rotten to the core. Thinking of this, Yi Xian immediately shouted angrily, "Men, give this prince. Take him." Who would have thought that there would be such despicable, shameless, and daring people in this world? Back when Prince Xian was captured by the demon scouts, not only did you not report it immediately, you even wanted to kill him to cover up the truth so that he would not be implicated. How preposterous! Admiral Naples heard the purplish warbler's words clearly and was immediately enraged. Following Yi Xian's roar, he raised his hand and pointed at Bai Jingjun and Zhao Long, who were approaching but were completely stunned by Yi Xian's roar, and reprimanded, "Take them down immediately, including their direct descendants and confidants. Kill them all on the spot." Boom! Rumble. As soon as Admiral Naples' words fell, 100 small fortresses, each with a diameter of 5,000 meters, rushed out from the 5 starry sky fortresses behind him and spread out in an orderly manner. In the blink of an eye, they surrounded the entire heavenly river star. Not to mention the human masters, even a bird couldn't escape. This was the advantage of an interstellar fortress. Normal battleships, even if they were huge fortresses with a diameter of 10,000 m, would only carry mini patrol ships. However, for a colossus like an interstellar fortress, the patrol ships inside would be upgraded to mini fortresses with a diameter of 5,000 m. A space fortress could easily carry dozens of small fortresses. Now that 100 of them were deployed together, it was obvious that they were still holding back. Very quickly, from these 100 small fortresses, elite troops of the Immortal Army rushed out. Some of them began to capture outside the atmosphere of the Sky River planet, while more rushed into the atmosphere to capture. Although Bai Jing-jun and Zhao Long had controlled the military and political power of the Heavenly River planet for many years, it was impossible for them to corrupt all the powerful cultivators of the Heavenly River planet. Those who had been lying low saw the opportunity and immediately broke out and pointed out the culprits, which made it very convenient for the capture. For a moment, the entire Sky River planet was filled with killing intent. Yi Xian stood in the void with his hands behind his back. The large number of Prince Xian's fans, who had come to welcome him, now understood the truth of the matter. When they thought of how Bai Jing-jun and Zhao Long had almost killed Prince Xian, if it weren't for Prince Xian's shocking methods, they would have been killed in a foreign land, no one would know. After this news spread, it instantly caused an uproar and commotion both inside and outside the Heavenly River planet. The elite battle teams of the Immortal Legion escorted by Jing-jun and Zhao Long's trusted aides to gather at the atmosphere. Along the way, they were occasionally met with some angry fans of the prince who rushed into the crowd and shouted for them to be killed. This continued for nearly 2 hours before everything finally came to an end. The efficiency of the Immortal Army's elite troops was indeed amazing. Bai Jing-jun and Zhao Long had been operating on the Sky River planet for many years, so their influence was very deep. However, no matter how deep the hidden forces were, they were all dug out in just 2 hours. At this moment, a large number of people were escorted to the star dock outside the atmosphere of the Sky River planet. Around them were the elite troops of the Immortal Army. In the center, there were more than 10,000 of the Sky River planet's vermin led by Bai Jing-jun and Zhao Long. These guys were the two's confidants who had followed them for many years. Naples even let some people who didn't have a deep relationship with them go. He only gave them a warning. At this time, these 10,000 people were all kneeling in the void, kowtowing and begging for mercy. Almost all of them were crying in pain. There were also experts among them, such as Zhao Long, who was in the black hole realm. However, with Naples, a supreme existence in the mystic light realm, at the side, he couldn't even think of resisting. What's more, they were facing the Immortal Army from the Imperial Capital's immortal planet, and the one who gave the order was Prince Xian. Even if they escaped, no matter how big the third universe was, there was no place for them to hide. Their only chance of survival was to beg for mercy. Long Xian, what are you doing? Do you want to carry out a massacre? There are more than 10,000 people here, and many of them are soldiers of the Heavenly Dust Empire. Although you are a prince of the Empire, you have no right to kill them. Right at this moment, Imperial Uncle Long Tianba, who had been holed up in the flagship fortress all this time, came out with a group of personal guards. He deliberately shouted so that all the powerhouses watching from outside Heavenly River Star could hear him clearly. Naturally, he wasn't here to save people. He couldn't be bothered to care about the life and death of these people. The reason why Long Tianba had appeared was because this was clearly a good opportunity to suppress Prince Xian's reputation. He couldn't miss it. If Yi Xian gave up on killing these 10,000 Sky River planet vermin because of his shout, then this matter would leave him with a weak impression. If Yi Xian insisted on doing things his own way, then the result would also be disadvantageous to Yi Xian. He would give others the impression that he killed indiscriminately and cruelly. No matter how he looked at it, he was the one who had taken advantage of the situation. At this moment, Long Tianba's heart was blooming with joy. He thought to himself, "You're the one who brought this upon yourself. Since you insist on creating more problems, then don't blame me for taking advantage of you." Yi Xian and Naples exchanged glances. Just as the latter was about to step forward and take responsibility for this matter, Yi Xian reached out and stopped him. A cold smile appeared on Yi Xian's face as he glanced at Imperial Uncle Long Tianba, who was gradually approaching him. He coldly laughed and said, "Imperial Uncle Tianba, aren't you being a bit of a busybody?" Long Tianba's expression darkened when he heard such unrestrained ridicule. He was about to explode. However, Yi Xian didn't give him the chance to do so. He pointed at Bai Jing and Zhao Long, who were kneeling on the ground, and said in a clear voice, "Bai Jing has a mysterious fleet in his hands and has been robbing people all over the Sky River Galaxy. This matter has long been a public secret. Ask all the experts on the Sky River Galaxy. How many of them don't know about this? Zhao Long has spies planted in the Sky River Galaxy Federation's platform all year round. As soon as he discovers that any expert has a large amount of planet core source, or has exchanged for a precious treasure, he immediately sends people to follow them. As soon as that person leaves the Sky River Galaxy, he secretly sends out a fleet to intercept and kill them. How many experts in the Sky River Galaxy have silently disappeared all these years? Even this prince was targeted by him when he exposed himself on the Sky River Galaxy Federation's platform and was almost killed. That's right, this prince doesn't have an official position, so I don't have the qualifications to kill the two of them and their accomplices. However, this prince registered as an interstellar mercenary on the Sky River Galaxy. This is the place where this prince began his path to the final trial. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that the Sky River Galaxy is this prince's second home. Chapter 3064. Confident in his mind, today, I won't say whether I should kill him or not. I'll leave this matter to the countless experts of the Federation, both inside and outside the Sky River Star. Yi Xian then turned to look at the tens of thousands of Prince's fans in the distance and shouted, "This bunch of scumbags, tell me. Kill him. Or not?" Using the situation to his advantage actually made him more popular. Long Tianba's expression instantly changed, and his heart sank to the bottom of his stomach. This person was not easy to deal with. Kill. 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 Yi Xian's words ignited the anger of countless experts inside and outside the Sky River Star. Shouts of "kill" could be heard from the experts outside the Sky River Star's atmosphere. Even within the Heavenly River Star, waves of killing cries rang out. They also heard Yi Xian's words, so it was impossible for them not to react. In an instant, Yi Xian neutralized Long Tianba's sinister plan and used it to win the hearts of the people. After this incident, Prince Xian gave people the impression that he was not only unafraid of power, but he even dared to refute the imperial uncle's rebuke. He was the embodiment of justice and would never hide his sins. Furthermore, he was vigilant in his actions and his methods were brilliant. All of this was clearly beneficial to his reputation. It was only a matter of time before he soared to the heavens. The hearts of the people were not to be bullied. At this time, Bai Jing and Zhao Long finally realized this point. They were not going to die at the hands of Yi Xian today. Instead, they were going to die at the hands of the countless experts in the Sky River Star sector who had been bullied by them. Kill. Following Yi Xian's order, the large number of elite soldiers of the Immortal Army who were watching over these 10,000 vermin raised their swords and chopped off their heads one by one. With the development of the current era, this kind of execution by decapitation had long been abolished. The scene of more than 10,000 people being beheaded at the same time was not worth mentioning. However, Yi Xian still did it. He would not let go of this opportunity. If it were any other occasion and he dared to do so, it would definitely cause a commotion. Someone with ulterior motives would secretly fan the flames, and Prince Xian's image would be shrouded in a bloody and bloodthirsty shadow. But today was different. Today, countless experts in the entire Sky River sector were speaking out in unison. Therefore, even if the scene of tens of thousands of people being beheaded at the same time spread, which was shocking, no one would dare to make a fuss about it. That would be a crime against the whole world. Instead, it was Emperor Xian who took advantage of this matter without any risk and displayed an iron fist. It was not a bloodthirsty slaughter, but a righteous and iron-blooded one. There was a big difference between the two. The former was disadvantageous to him, while the latter could increase his reputation. And this time, Yi Xian had successfully achieved this with the help of the anger of countless experts in the Sky River sector. Not only did Long Tianba fail to add insult to injury, but he also added fuel to the fire by increasing Yi Xian's reputation. This result made him so angry that he almost vomited blood on the spot. At the same time, it made him deeply realize how difficult it was to deal with this Prince Xian. Suppressing his anger, he looked deeply at Yi Xian with an expressionless face and snorted coldly. Then, he turned around and led his personal guards back to the flagship fortress. Tens of thousands of heads fell to the ground. The atmosphere of the Sky River sector was filled with blood. However, the entire Sky River sector was filled with thunderous cheers at this moment. The name, Prince Xian, gradually became the main theme of the cheers of hundreds of millions of people. Some experts who were not fans of the prince had also become fans of Yi Xian after this incident. This was because he had swept away the haze of the Sky River sector and returned this sector to a clear and bright sky. Many of these experts were not citizens of the Sky River sector, but they had stayed here for many years. This was because this sector was rich in star nuclei, which were the best resources for cultivation. Following the deaths of Bai Jingjun and Zhao Long, the military and politics of the entire Sky River sector fell into a state of vacuum. Yi Xian did not take this opportunity to plant his own men. That would make his previous actions suspicious of him for personal gain. The losses would outweigh the gains. He had only appointed a high-ranking officer from the remaining garrison of the Heavenly River planet who had not colluded with Zhao Long. He ordered him to temporarily take charge of the affairs of the Heavenly River planet, while waiting for a new planet manager and garrison commander to be assigned to the Heavenly Dust planet. After news of this spread, Prince Xian's reputation increased again. In fact, after Yi Xian eliminated Bai Jingjun and Zhao Long, there were many people secretly watching his subsequent actions. Without a doubt, Yi Xian did not disappoint them. In order to avoid suspicion, he left with the Naples fortress fleet on the second day and headed to the Tianqian Star, the capital of the Tianqian nation. There was a large wormhole there. After jumping through it, one would be able to reach the Tianming Star, where the capital of the Tianming Empire was located. After jumping through a few more wormholes, one would be close to the Immortal Star, the imperial capital of the Everlasting Dynasty. At this moment, Yi Xian, Admiral Naples, a few of his trusted advisors, and the Purplish Warbler were having a meal in the command cabin on the top floor of the flagship fortress. The food was simple but exquisite. There was also some spirit wine specially prepared for Prince Xian and the Purplish Warbler. Naples was still on the march and was not allowed to drink. Sigh, although we did a good job on the Sky River sector this time, it's still a bit of a pity, there were no outsiders here. They were all on the same side. Therefore, Naples did not hide anything in his words. He said bluntly, although the Sky River sector is only an administrative planet under the jurisdiction of a small country like the Tianqian nation, due to its extraordinary geographical location, it is the closest administrative planet to the graveyard sector of the human race. Therefore, it is of special significance. The graveyard sector of the graveyard sector is not only rich in star core sources, but the wormhole from the third universe to the first universe is also deep in the graveyard sector of the graveyard sector. Although your highness has a great reputation now, you don't have a territory. If you could get the Sky River sector. Speaking of this, Naples shook his head again and sighed. Obviously, he was quite regretful that he could not seize the opportunity to take down the Heavenly River Star. How do you know that the Sky River sector does not belong to me? Due to this rescue incident, Naples and his military forces had long since been branded with Prince Xian's brand. In addition, he himself had followed him wholeheartedly, so Yi Xian had long since treated him as one of his own. Similarly, there was nothing taboo in his words. With a grin, Yi Xian continued, "Don't forget, the reason why Bai Jingjun and Zhao Long are able to control the military and political power of Heavenly River Planet isn't just because of their own abilities, but because they have people behind them. In the Tianqian nation's capital, the Tianqian planet, the Zhao family is quite powerful. Bai Jingjun also has a son who is an important official in the capital, so, at this point, Yi Xian suddenly thought of the 10,000 or so experts of the Federation that he had released from the Myriad prison at the bottom of the Black Mosquito sector. Among them, a small number were the children of the aristocrats and even the upper echelons of the Tianqian nation. Chapter 3065. Translator, Naoibo Studio Editor, Naoibo Studio First Order Planet. Furthermore, with Prince Xian's current influence, even if Yi Xian didn't look for them, they would have taken the initiative to curry favor with him, hoping to make use of his influence to achieve a meteoric rise. Picking two from this group of people to control Sky River Star was the best strategy. No one knew that they were related to Yi Xian. This way, not only would they be able to control Tianhe Planet, but they would also be able to avoid suspicion of Prince Xian's previous actions. Thinking of this, Yi Xian smiled mysteriously. This trip to Tianqian Nation seemed to be quite interesting. Now that Bai Jingjun and Zhao Long had been dealt with, if they didn't give the purplish warbler an explanation for the Luluo incident, it would be even more difficult to explain in the future. As such, after dinner, Yi Xian decided to take the opportunity to take a stroll and tell them the entire truth. He wouldn't hide anything and would tell them everything. As a space fortress with a diameter of 100,000 meters, which was 100 kilometers, not only did it have many levels, but each level was also very spacious. Even the command cabin on the top floor had a leisure area that was more than 10 kilometers in radius. The walls of the fortress around this area were one-way transparent. You couldn't see anything from the outside, but from the inside, you could see the boundless starry sky. As a leisure area for the officers and soldiers of the command cabin on the top floor to relax, it was completely like a vacation area. There was a large amount of tropical rainforest plants, a natural beach, and a swimming pool. There were even some open-air bars and the like. At this time, Yi Xian and the purplish warbler were strolling in this area. The surrounding environment gave them the illusion that they were in a vacation area on an administrative planet, not a space fortress. The two of them didn't stroll in the crowded areas. Instead, they walked in the secluded tropical rainforest. The purplish warbler seemed to have realized something and kept silent. She clenched her small fists slightly and was a little nervous. Yi Xian didn't mention Luluo, so it was impossible that she didn't notice. "I'm sure you've guessed it. Luluo," she sighed. With a sigh, Yi Xian revealed everything that had happened that day. In the end, he said, "When Luluo was smashed into pieces by Ba Chai, I was caught off guard and couldn't react at all. What made me feel most guilty was that at that time, in order to delay and wait for a chance to escape, I deliberately released the warbler's mind to deceive Ba Chai and make him think that I was a warbler. And this happened to Luluo. She was killed by Ba Chai's favorites. She was deceived by someone she trusted. This is my greatest guilt." As he spoke, ye warblers and warbler, 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 warbler studio, warbler, warbler to studio, warbler, 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 warbler studio to studio, warbler, studio, T warbler, S mind. Warto him, to demon's level power, T test strength, S him. Warto to S to swar. Sigh, seeing that Yi Xian had displayed the demonkin's mental power in front of him, this was a huge secret. Yi Xian had already shown his sincerity. Thinking about this, Xianyuan Ziying sighed and shook her head. She smiled bitterly and said, "Forget it, you can't be blamed for this. It wasn't easy for you to survive that situation. If you didn't have the demon's mental power to confuse the other party, I'm afraid you would have died. Luluo grew up with me, and she was also an orphan. Now that she's gone, at least, she won't have to worry about her family anymore. I'm sure she'll find out the truth in heaven and forgive you. After all, in that situation, no one could have done better than you. Bao Chai is still alive. He's in the Black Wind ship. Moreover, I've already subdued him and made him my demon slave. During this period of time, I haven't used him to do anything for me because I was worried that if I used him too much, I might develop feelings for him as a servant. When that time comes, I won't have the heart to kill him. I've kept him especially for you. When the time is right, I'll hand him over to you. You should personally avenge Luluo. You can actually subdue a rank 9 black hole being as a slave. What's your cultivation level? Although Yi Xian had already revealed his pet, the Blood-Ben Prince, and the Blood-Ben Prince was a supreme existence at the first level of the origin realm, it was still a mosquito beast. Subduing a mosquito beast as a pet beast and subduing a demon as a slave were two completely different things. Even if a mosquito beast had developed some intelligence, how could it have the intelligence of a demon powerhouse? Therefore, subduing a rank 9 black hole realm demon as a slave was more shocking to the purplish warbler than subduing a rank 1 origin realm mosquito beast as a pet beast. At this moment, her face was filled with shock. She turned to look at Yi Xian with disbelief. If I were to say that my true cultivation level is rank 9 black hole realm, maybe I'll be a rank 1 planet warrior after reaching Tianqin star because I'll be going into seclusion to cultivate later. Also, I'm not Prince Xian, I'm just Yi Xian. At this point, Yi Xian paused and looked at the purplish warbler with a strange expression. He continued, "You're my friend, and I don't want to lie to you. Would you believe me if I said this? Like hell I'd believe you. How can you go from rank 9 black hole realm to rank 1 planet warrior after one seclusion? Do you think I'm a 3-year-old girl?" The purplish warbler immediately rolled her eyes and blushed. She glared at Yi Xian flirtatiously. "You big bad guy, how dare you say you treat me as a friend? And I'm calling you Big Brother Yi again and again. Haven't you lied to me before? Bad guy." After she finished speaking, Xianyuan Ziying lowered her head and immediately ran away with small steps. This girl, it seems like she's falling in love with him. Don't tell me she's in love with this prince. In all honesty, I'm a little handsome, but I really don't intend to make a move on her. Seeing the purplish warbler run away shyly, Yi Xian made a small joke. Then, he shook his head and smiled bitterly. No one believes me when I say the truth. What kind of world is this? Sigh, I can only blame myself for being too outstanding. After dealing with Lu Luo's matter, Yi Xian's state of mind suddenly became clear. The knot in his heart completely disappeared. This was also why he said that he would be going into seclusion to cultivate later. This kind of huge change in state of mind was the easiest to trigger a breakthrough in cultivation level. Yi Xian had encountered this kind of thing twice before, so he could be considered to have a lot of experience and insight. In addition, he didn't hesitate to invest a large amount of planetary core origin, and he also had the devouring system to help him absorb the planetary core origin. A small breakthrough in cultivation level was really nothing. Although the purplish warbler couldn't understand or accept this, to Yi Xian, this was completely normal. After returning to his cabin, Yi Xian immediately began his seclusion. Chapter 3066. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Celestial dust stare. A day later, when he finished his cultivation and opened his eyes, the familiar system beep sounded in his mind at the right time. Ding! Congratulations to the host for leveling up. Current realm, First Order Planet Warrior. Yi Xian clenched his fists and smiled silently. The planet realm was the 4th major realm. Once one reached the planet realm, they would no longer be considered weak. He had finally entered the planet realm after entering space. After walking out of the cabin, he bumped into the purplish warbler in the resting area of the command cabin on the top floor of the flagship fortress. Yi Xian waved his hand excitedly. "Look, Ziying, I told you. I can break through after one seclusion. I'm now a first-order planet warrior." The purplish warbler froze for a moment, then her face turned red. "Liar! How dare you flirt with me? Shameless!" Yi Xian was immediately stunned. Even when Xianyuan Ziying ran away with a bashful expression, he still wasn't able to react. In all honesty, this prince was just stating a fact. When did it become a big lie? Also, what the hell was with flirting with her and being shameless? How could one speak the truth in this world? On the side, Naples took in all this. He turned his head and exchanged a look with the two trusted advisors behind him. The three of them smiled mysteriously. The Xianyuan family is only a big family in the capital of Tianming Empire, one of the three empires under the imperial court. However, the Xianyuan family is in the business of genetic cultivation fluid. It's no small matter. That's right. Although they can't produce level 9 fluids, level 8 fluids are important. In the three empires, there aren't many families that can produce level 8 fluids. The direct descendant of the Xianyuan family is a good match for our Prince Xian. The key is that Xianyuan girl is not bad. If she can get together with our prince, the Xianyuan family will definitely support our prince. We'll pass by Tianming Empire on our way back to the imperial capital's immortal star. We'll make sure of this. Don't worry, General. When we get back to Tianming Imperial City, the two of us will personally pay a visit to the Xianyuan family. The three of them huddled together to conspire. With a few words, they settled the matter. However, the person involved, Yi Xian, was kept in the dark and was completely unaware. Half a day later, they finally arrived at Heavenly Dust Star. The Tianqin Star was a small country within the Tianming Empire, one of the three great empires of the dynasty. It was the capital star of the Tianqin Empire. Although the three empires under the rule of the dynasty were all emperors, that was not the case for the small countries within the three empires. Some small countries had a monarch system, while others had a federation system. Tianqin country belonged to the former, a monarch system. The Heavenly River Star was an administrative star of the Heavenly Dust country, but it was located at the edge of the Heavenly Dust Star field. As a small country, the monarch of the Heavenly Dust country was nothing in the eyes of the Tianming Empire. In a large empire, there were many small countries like this. If they were placed in a dynasty that was above an empire, they were even less important. A three-star general of the dynasty, the monarch of such a small country, could only carefully accompany him. They did not even dare to breathe loudly. Therefore, when the news of what happened in the Heavenly River Star reached the Heavenly Dust Star, the monarch of the Tianqin country was so scared that he almost wet his pants. Prince Xian's ruthless methods made the entire Heavenly Dust Star anxious. Everyone felt threatened. After all, the Heavenly River Star was an administrative star of the Tianqin country, and Bai Jingjun and Zhao Long were appointed by the Tianqin country's capital. Strictly speaking, the two of them had almost killed Prince Xian, and the monarch of the Tianqin country could not say that he was not responsible. More importantly, even if Prince Xian did not intend to pursue this matter, the Tianqin country might not be able to avoid this crisis. The Tianming Empire's capital also needed to curry favor with Prince Xian. If the Tianqin country was used by the Tianming Empire as a sacrifice to curry favor with the prince, the consequences would be unimaginable. Fortunately, the prince had immediately left the Heavenly River Star and came to the Heavenly Dust Star. The Heavenly Underworld Empire had not reacted so quickly. Now that the prince's fleet had arrived, if the prince expressed that he would not pursue this matter further, the Heavenly Underworld Empire would naturally not pursue this matter further. Even if they wanted to curry favor with the prince, they would have other plans. Hence, to the heavenly dust kingdom, no matter what, they had to do their best when Prince Xian descended on the heavenly dust star. They had to strive to get the prince to express his stance and pardon their negligence. Otherwise, just the Tianming Empire's capital alone would not let them live peacefully. They would definitely be punished. In fact, Yi Xian had already expected this. Therefore, he thought that the monarch of the Tianqin country would have already made arrangements for this matter when he arrived at the heavenly dust star. However, the grandeur of the other party still gave Yi Xian a huge shock. This time, the 5 starry sky fortresses were still parked in the void outside the heavenly dust star's atmosphere. Just like the previous time on the heavenly river star, there were less than 30 people who walked out of the flagship fortresses. They were led by Yi Xian, the purplish warbler, Naples, and his 2 major generals. The rest were a few guards. In front of them, outside the heavenly dust star's atmosphere, there was a black mass of people. Other than the welcoming party arranged by the monarch of the Tianqin country, there were close to 10,000 people kneeling in the void. There were men and women, old and young. They were the members of the Bai family and the Zhao family and their trusted aides. They were all tied up by the monarch of the Tianqin country and brought out of the heavenly dust star's atmosphere. This was clearly a sincere apology to Prince Xian. All the members of the Bai family and the Zhao family, regardless of whether they were in cahoots with Bai Jingjun or Zhao Long, were all used as sacrificial lambs. They would rather kill the wrong person than let them go. "Welcome, Your Highness." Just as Yi Xian saw this scene and frowned slightly, the black mass of people in front of him all knelt down, including the monarch of the heavenly dust star and a bunch of important ministers. With Prince Xian's status as a prince of the royal family, he might not have to do this in the 3 big empires. The emperor was also an important minister of the empire and didn't need to kneel. However, in the small countries under the 3 big empires, the monarchs of these small countries had to kneel in front of the princes of the empire. These people are all from the Bai family and the Zhao family. Yi Xian stood in the void with his hands behind his back and raised his hand. As he spoke, his gaze shifted from the tens of thousands of sinners to the swollen monarch of the Tianqin country. "Monarch, please stand up and speak. Everyone, stand up. I don't like this. We don't dare, we don't dare. Your Highness, you are the monarch." The monarch of the Tianqin country was so frightened that cold sweat broke out on his forehead. As he stood up, he hurriedly tried to be polite. "All of you, stand up too." Chapter 3067. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations receiving gifts until hand cramps. However, I see that many of these Bai and Zhao family members are women and children. How could they be related to this matter? Disperse. The empire will not tolerate those who are guilty. However, we cannot kill innocent people, even if they are the family members of the guilty. Otherwise, how can the empire's laws be followed? Among these Bai and Zhao family members, if they have an official position, we can investigate whether they have committed any crimes. Those who are guilty will be punished accordingly. As for those who are innocent, we will treat them like other family members without an official position and release them together. This prince is not someone who kills indiscriminately. Emperor of Tianqin country, don't ruin this prince's reputation. With the last sentence, Yi Xian's tone turned stern, scaring the emperor of Tianqin country so much that his entire body trembled. He hurriedly said that he did not dare to do so. Then, he followed Yi Xian's instructions and ordered the surrounding Tianqin country soldiers to disperse the Bai and Zhao family members who were kneeling on the ground. Of course, they were brought into Tianqin Star. Next, they had to follow Prince Xian's instructions and investigate whether these 2 family members with an official position had committed any crimes. As for those innocent officials and the family members of the 2 families, the emperor of Tianqin country obviously didn't dare to act rashly. He could tell that his attempt to flatter Prince Xian had hit the nail on the head. Prince Xian was righteous and wasn't the kind of person who would cut the grass for personal gain. This was something that even he secretly admired. In fact, Yi Xian's words and actions surprised even Naples and the two trusted advisors behind him. Usually, when faced with such a situation, since Prince Xian did not catch the culprit himself, he would just go with the flow and eliminate the source of the trouble. However, Yi Xian did the exact opposite. Once this matter spread, Prince Xian's reputation would obviously rise to another level. Regardless of whether it was Prince Xian's deliberate actions or whether he had always been this way and acted as he pleased, just this point alone was enough to make Naples and his direct subordinates follow Prince Xian even more loyally to conquer the world. Such a master was either benevolent and brave, or wise and resourceful. If she didn't follow him, who else could she follow? Even the purplish warbler was staring at Yi Xian from behind. She didn't speak for a long time, but there was a glimmer in her eyes. She could see that all of this was Yi Xian's true intentions. It was also because of this that the purplish warbler's intentions towards Prince Xian became even stronger. Thinking of this, purplish warbler's face turned red. She spat in disdain and whispered in a voice that only she could hear, "Big liar. Seizing the opportunity to tease me again, how shameless." If Yi Xian heard this, he would probably faint from anger on the spot. When this woman was unreasonable, she was truly invincible. As a large number of Heavenly Dust Nation's soldiers moved out, the people of the Bai and Zhao clans, who were originally kneeling on the ground, thinking that they would not be able to escape today and would most likely be beheaded like the 10,000 people outside the atmosphere of Heavenly River Star 2 days ago, stood up one by one. Their faces were filled with surprise as they walked towards Heavenly Dust Star one after another. Among them, some were expressionless, while others were full of gratitude. Prince Xian was so righteous as to let go of the opportunity to implicate them. This was something that no one could remain indifferent about. No one noticed that among the thousands of people from the Bai and Zhao clans, there were two people whose gazes were particularly special. One of them was full of hatred. The other, however, was like the purplish warbler, exuding a glimmer of brilliance and vaguely carrying the intention to overthrow. The matter of the Bai and Zhao clans was just a small interlude. Very quickly, Yi Xian and the rest entered Tianqian planet under the protection of the Tianqian Emperor and the Tianqian nation's Chongqian soldiers. Although the Tianqian Emperor's flattery hit the nail on the head, the effect was more or less the same as what he had planned. It could be said that Prince Xian's words could be considered as a declaration of his position on this matter. To him, the crisis had already been resolved. Since even Prince Xian was no longer fussing over this matter, Tianming imperial capital could not possibly continue to pursue this matter. If they really wanted to use this matter to curry favor with Prince Xian, the result would probably be another slap on the horse's leg. Therefore, at this moment, the king of the Heavenly Dust Kingdom was in a very good mood. Even though the process was out of his expectations, in the end, he had achieved his goal. Moreover, he had also avoided the negative impact that too much killing would bring to his reputation. The ending could be said to be perfect. All of this was bestowed upon him by Prince Xian's righteousness. At this moment, the Tianqian Emperor, as well as the important officials of the Tianqian nation, were filled with heartfelt gratitude and admiration towards Prince Xian. They were all convinced. This time, Yi Xian didn't plan to stay in Tianqian planet for too long. The wormhole entrance to the Tianming imperial capital was in a void not far away from Tianqian planet. Originally, the stronghold fleet was heading there directly. The reason why Yi Xian decided to make a trip to Tianqian planet was actually only because of the Heavenly River planet. In order to hold the Heavenly River planet in his hands, he had no choice but to stay here for a short period of time. After entering Tianqian planet, the Tianqian Emperor directly arranged for Yi Xian to stay in the palace. However, Yi Xian rejected and chose to stay in the guest house outside the palace. That night, a grand banquet was naturally unavoidable. Imperial Uncle Long Tianba didn't think highly of such a small country, so he still didn't appear. After the banquet, in the guest house where Yi Xian was staying, several influential figures of the Tianqian nation started to come to deliver gifts one after another. Among them were the representatives of the Tianqian nation's emperor. This night, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that he received so many gifts that his hands were cramping up. However, the one who was cramping up wasn't Yi Xian, but the wretched mosquito butcher. Yi Xian let this fellow out. He was the most suitable person to handle this kind of situation. Although the wretched mosquito butcher was a demon, his appearance was no different from a human's. No one would probe his primordial spirit. Furthermore, he had a spiritual barrier, so Yi Xian wasn't worried that his identity would be exposed. In fact, even if his identity was exposed, it wouldn't matter. Yi Xian had previously said that he had subdued many demon slaves in the demon domain. This matter would be exposed one day. It was just a matter of time. There was no need to deliberately hide anything. That night, Yi Xian and Naples were discussing some matters in his guest house. Just as they were talking, the door was suddenly pushed open. The red-faced purplish warbler walked in, holding something like an account book in her hand. With a bang, she smashed the book onto the tea table in front of Yi Xian. Following that, the purplish warbler glared fiercely at him, her face full of bashfulness. Big liar. Do you still have any shame? It's fine if you're acting like a hoodlum, but you actually sent your old servant to tease this young lady. You're so shameless. After saying this, the purplish warbler turned around and ran away with a red face. However, there was a hint of joy in her eyes. Earlier, when the wretched mosquito butcher brought the account book over, he said, "This is the list of gifts received tonight. Mistress, please take a look." It was this sentence that made the purplish warbler secretly happy, but at the same time, her face turned red. Chapter 3068. Translator, Nyoibo Studio Editor. Nyoibo Studio Timing Imperial Capital Xuan Yuan Ziying was actually quite pleased with the way the wretched mosquito butcher addressed her as mistress. However, her reserved nature as a little girl made it impossible for her to remain indifferent to these two words. She did not react at all. Therefore, she immediately grabbed the account book and threw it at Yi Xian. After the purplish warbler left, the wretched mosquito butcher sneaked in stealthily. Looking at the dumbfounded Yi Xian, he asked cautiously, "Master, what happened to mistress?" "I didn't tamper with the gift account book." At the side, Naples was dumbfounded. Black lines crawled out of his forehead as he looked at the wretched mosquito butcher with admiration in his eyes. This old man was truly an awesome person. She was a virgin, and she even addressed him as mistress upon meeting him for the first time. Thinking of this, Naples seemed to have suddenly thought of something and turned to look at Yi Xian thoughtfully. There was clearly a complicated look in his eyes. Like master, like servant. This old Guan was so wretched and acted so matter-of-factly just now, as if he had long been used to it. It seemed that this Prince Xian of ours was quite used to this. F***ck. Feeling the complicated look in Naples' eyes, Yi Xian instantly understood. His face darkened visibly as he opened his mouth and cursed. Then, he waved at the wretched mosquito butcher at the door and shouted through gritted teeth, "Come here. Come here, I promise I won't beat the sh*t out of you." Master, I'm still boiling soup for mistress." "I'll go check on the temperature first." The wretched mosquito butcher's neck shrunk as he instantly stiffened. He casually found an excuse and turned to run away. Seeing all this, Yi Xian was dumbfounded. Could he still be considered a demon slave? The next day's lunch banquet was actually a farewell banquet. It was held in the National Banquet Hall of Tianqian Country. Other than the Emperor of Tianqian Country, some of the rich and powerful families of Tianqian Country were also present. In the huge National Banquet Hall, there were dozens of tables. It was a grand scene. This was also what Yi Xian had requested. Yesterday, he had expressed to the Emperor of Tianqian Country that he would depart for Tianming after the lunch banquet. At the same time, he hinted that before he left, he wanted to make friends with the younger generation of the Tianqian Country. The emperor of Tianqin country naturally agreed and didn't think too much about it. After all, Prince Xian was also a young man. It was understandable that he liked to make friends with young people of the same generation. Therefore, he gave the order to relax the conditions. Some of the upper echelons of the prominent families in the Heavenly Dust Star Nation could bring one or two of their geniuses to attend the banquet. At this moment, it was time for lunch. After entering the banquet hall, Yi Xian looked around. There were more than 1,000 people at dozens of tables, and there were quite a few familiar faces. About 30 to 40 years old. They were the 10,000 or so Federation elites that he had released from the Black Mosquito ship's Demon Scout fortress. After all, the Tianqin country was the small country closest to the Graveyard Meteorite Star region. Under such circumstances, among the 10,000 or so Federation elites that he had rescued from the Black Mosquito ship, only a few dozen of them belonged to the Tianqin country. This was actually a very small proportion. These people didn't know that Yi Xian was Prince Xian of the Empire of Tianming back then. Therefore, they had always been upset that Yi Xian had cheated them of many treasures and made them swear a Dao oath. But now, as Yi Xian's identity as Prince Xian was made public, they didn't beat their chests and stomp their feet. In their opinion, the Dao oath that Prince Xian made back then was clearly a test for them. Otherwise, with Prince Xian's identity, why would he need to do that? At this moment, seeing Prince Xian again in the Tianqin country's national banquet hall, these people were all excited. However, due to the restrictions of the environment, they couldn't take the initiative to meet Prince Xian. Otherwise, they would have swarmed up to him. These dozens of people were basically the young geniuses of some of the clans in the Heavenly Dust country, or important figures in their clans. Yi Xian took in their figures, and at the same time, gave the devouring system the order to connect to the Heavenly Dust country star network and search for and investigate the backgrounds of these fellows. Soon, he chose 2 clans as his subordinates to control the Heavenly River planet for him. Of course, everything didn't need to be said. Outsiders couldn't see anything strange, but Yi Xian and these people knew each other very well. It was impossible that these 2 clans didn't appreciate his help and instead treated the Heavenly River planet as their own private territory. With that kind of intelligence, it was impossible for them to be qualified to appear in the Tianqin country's national banquet hall today. These 2 clans were the Wang clan and the Li clan of the Tianqin country. The young masters of these 2 clans were the people that Yi Xian rescued in the scout fortress of the Black Mosquito Star. At this moment, they were looking at Yi Xian with shining eyes. These 2 brothers have handsome faces and well-developed foreheads. One look and I can tell that they are people who can take on important responsibilities. Your Majesty, it just so happens that there isn't anyone in charge of the Heavenly River planet's military and government. It can't be empty forever. This is all because of me, so I can't completely ignore it. If I can't make a decision on this before I leave, I'm afraid I'll always be worried about it. It's rare to see 2 extraordinary young people in this banquet hall today. Why don't the 2 of them take on the role of Heavenly River planet's planet leader and military commander? As he spoke, Yi Xian raised his hand and pointed at the 2 young masters of the Wang clan and Li clan. The 2 of them trembled violently, and they were so excited that blood flowed out of their noses. Although they were indeed good-looking, it was a little unsightly when they were mixed with the blood gushing out of their noses. However, Prince Xian had already said that the 2 of them had handsome faces and well-developed foreheads. The Tianqin country's upper echelons couldn't help but take a few more looks. Needless to say, the more they looked at the 2 of them, the more they found them pleasing to the eye. Anyway, someone had to take on the role of planet leader and military commander of the Heavenly River planet. It didn't matter who these 2 positions were given to, right? If they could take this opportunity to give Prince Xian some face, it was naturally the best. It was definitely a good deal with no losses. With that thought, the Tianqin country's emperor immediately decided on this matter. The Li clan and Wang clan could be considered to have a meteoric rise and soar into the sky. The young masters of their clans were already the planet leader and military commander of the Heavenly River planet at such a young age. It was probably impossible to find such a promising young talent in the entire Tianqin country. More importantly, all of this was personally appointed by Prince Xian, who was like the sun in the sky in the entire everlasting dynasty. The significance of this was extraordinary. The grand future of these two young people was just around the corner. After the banquet ended, Yi Xian and the people from Naples exchanged a few pleasantries with the grateful young Master Li, young Master Wang, and their various aunts. Then, they fled back to the fortress fleet outside the Tianqin Star and headed straight for the wormhole, embarking on the journey to the Tianming imperial capital. Chapter 3069. This was a family feast. Heavenly Underworld Empire was one of the three great empires under the human race's technology faction in the Third Universe. There were countless small countries under it, and countless administrative planets under the small countries. It could be said that the Heavenly Underworld Empire's territory was boundless. Although the emperors of the three great empires were foreign officials, they were still considered as vassal kings in the entire immortal dynasty. Their status was extremely high. Even if Prince Xian and the three-star general of the empire's immortal army, Naples, and the Heavenly Underworld Empire's emperor still had to express goodwill, it was basically just a gesture on the surface. It was done for the empire to see. However, it would be a joke if the Heavenly Underworld Empire's emperor were to flatter Prince Xian's three-star general, Naples, like the Heavenly Dust Empire's emperor. After all, he was one of the three vassal kings of the dynasty. Whether it was his status or the authority he held, he was definitely not comparable to a three-star general of the immortal army or a popular prince with no real power. As for Emperor Tianming's imperial uncle Long Tianba, he had to be more low-key. After all, Long Tianba was the immortal emperor's brother. There was something that had to be said here. The current immortal emperor was ranked 8th among the brothers, and was the 8th prince of the previous generation. Therefore, whether it was the first imperial uncle or the second imperial uncle Long Tianba, they were both the immortal emperor's brothers. Of course, the imperial uncles here were only relative to Prince Xian's generation. Above Long Tianba and the immortal emperor, there was a generation of grand imperial uncles. They were the true elders of the immortal emperor's generation. Their strength was also extremely terrifying. However, under normal circumstances, they rarely showed themselves. They were all in seclusion, and the only thing in their hearts was to comprehend the great Tao. Regarding the arrival of the Stronghold fleet, the Heavenly Underworld Empire's emperor didn't need to show himself. It was enough for the empire's royal family and important officials to receive them. However, because Imperial Uncle Long Tianba was also in the fleet, Emperor Tianming, who rarely showed himself on the Heavenly Underworld planet, came out of seclusion and showed his face at the banquet. On the surface, Emperor Tianming looked like a middle-aged man in his 40s, with a square face and a dignified appearance, but his actual age was clearly much higher. No one would care too much about this. In the context of the starry sky, even the lifespan of an ordinary citizen was close to 300 years, not to mention the lifespan of a cultivator. Any random starry sky cultivator in the crowd would be a 1,000-year-old monster, and some extremely powerful existences would have a lifespan of more than 10,000 years. Although Emperor Tianming showed up, he didn't stay for long. He only stayed for about 10 minutes before he excused himself and left. But before he left, he stared deeply at Yi Xian. His gaze lingered on him for more than 3 seconds. This was extremely unusual. It made Yi Xian, who was originally a fake, feel his heart skip a beat. He felt a little guilty. Fortunately, Emperor Tianming didn't say anything. He quickly retracted his gaze and turned to leave. Yi Xian pondered about this for a while and felt that there shouldn't be any other problem. Perhaps Emperor Tianming was just a little curious about Prince Xian's recent rise, so he took a few more glances. There was no deeper meaning. Therefore, he quickly threw this matter to the back of his mind. The banquet was held in the Imperial Palace's National Banquet Hall, and the scene was very grand. After the banquet, Yi Xian and the others were arranged to stay in the Imperial Hall outside the palace. This was the hall where the empire entertained the most distinguished guests. As a prince of the empire, Yi Xian naturally had the right to stay here. When the fleet arrived at the heavenly underworld planet, it was morning, so the banquet just now was considered a luncheon. What surprised Yi Xian was that not long after he returned to the Imperial Hall with the Neapolitan Admiral, the Purplish Warbler, and the wretched Mosquito Slayer, he received a new banquet invitation. Someone actually came to invite him to the banquet. The banquet invitation had the Xianyuan family's emblem. Seeing this emblem, Yi Xian couldn't help but smile bitterly. He probably had to attend this banquet. No matter what, he still had to give face to the Purplish Warbler. The reason why the Xianyuan family sent over the banquet invitation so quickly was actually related to Naples. His two confidants, who were at the level of major generals, didn't attend the national banquet in the heavenly underworld empire's imperial palace. Once they arrived at the heavenly underworld planet, they went to the Xianyuan family. On behalf of Prince Xian, they sent over a huge gift. Previously, because of the Purplish Warbler, the Xianyuan family had already decided to fully support Prince Xian. Later on, as Prince Xian's reputation became more and more prominent, the entire Xianyuan family was very pleased with their decision back then. Now, Prince Xian was definitely the kind of person that countless families would fight to submit to. Not to mention the families of the three great imperial capitals, even those imperial families on the undying star of the undying dynasty, who hadn't yet sided with a prince and had been observing from the sidelines, felt that it was time to choose a side after Prince Xian made it to the heaven roll. Under such circumstances, Prince Xian was about to arrive at the heavenly underworld planet. Furthermore, the Purplish Warbler had always been with him. They had entered the first universe twice in a row. Not to mention the feelings between the two of them, just this huge contribution made the Xianyuan family very happy. Originally, the Xianyuan family was still considering how they should approach Prince Xian this time. However, with the arrival of the two major generals of the Undying Star Army, this problem was no longer a problem. As a popular prince of the dynasty, he immediately sent someone to deliver a huge gift the moment he arrived at the heavenly underworld planet. This was clearly the rhythm of a betrothal gift. With the arrival of the two major generals, the entire Xianyuan family was as festive as the new year. Family head Xianyuan Duo, who was also the Purplish Warbler's father, immediately issued a series of orders. The entire Xianyuan family started to move and prepare for the wedding banquet immediately. The reason why it was called a wedding banquet was because the entire Xianyuan family was decorated with lanterns and colored banners. The big red sheath character could be seen everywhere. It was almost no different from a wedding banquet. Of course, Prince Xian was a prince of the dynasty. Not to mention a real wedding banquet, even an engagement banquet was not something the Xianyuan family dared to easily hold in private without a representative from the dynasty present. However, although the wedding banquet and engagement banquet could not be held formally, it was completely possible to create such a spectacle on the surface. As such, everyone knew that although it was a formal wedding banquet, it was also equivalent to half announcing the marriage between Prince Xian and Xianyuan. Even the Purplish Warbler did not know about all these arrangements, let alone Yi Xian. After receiving the banquet invitation and seeing the Xianyuan family emblem on it, Yi Xian immediately shook his head helplessly and bitterly smiled. We just finished one meal, and now there's a second one. Furthermore, we have to go. This is too much. Chapter 3070. Translator, Nyoibo Studio Editor, Nyoibo Studio. It might be my younger brother. Naples was stunned when he heard the wretched mosquito butcher's words. He was shocked. This old man was really something. Why did he seem to know everything? Yi Xian didn't think much of it. He just rolled his eyes and ignored him. The wretched mosquito butcher was getting weirder and weirder. Sometimes, just a casual sentence from him could make him so angry that the roots of his teeth were itching. Yi Xian had already made plans in his heart. This time, when he returned to the immortal star and took care of all the matters properly, he would have to find some time to dissect this old fellow from the inside out and figure out what the problem was. Coincidentally, Xianyuan Ziying had already been invited over. When she heard that the Xianyuan family's banquet invitation had arrived, the girl was stunned for a moment before taking the banquet invitation from Yi Xian's hands. After glancing at it, the expression on her face couldn't help but become even more strange. There's even the Xianyuan family's emblem. Isn't this a little too formal? Normally, an invitation with the emblem represents the wishes of the head of the Xianyuan family. What's wrong with my father? After muttering to herself for a while, the purplish warbler seemed to have thought of something. She suddenly blushed and threw the invitation in Yi Xian's hand. She curled her lips and said, "Didn't you just eat? Could it be that he could still eat it? In my opinion, it's better not to go." "How can that be?" Yi Xian immediately shook his head and said matter-of-factly, "Didn't you just say it? An invitation with the Xianyuan family's emblem represents your father's wishes. If it was someone else, it wouldn't matter. But since it's your uncle's invitation, how can I not go? Not to mention that I'm only half full just now. Even if I'm so full that my stomach is about to explode, I still have to go." Yi Xian wasn't being glib when he said this. On the one hand, although he had been in the starry world for quite some time, it wasn't long either. Because of his special experience, he spent most of his time behind enemy lines. Therefore, after he entered the starry world, he made very few friends. Basically, the purplish warbler was the only one. Under such circumstances, Yi Xian naturally wouldn't neglect the warm invitation of the other party's family. On the other hand, Yi Xian always felt guilty towards the purplish warbler because of Lu Luo. Therefore, he subconsciously lowered his attitude towards this matter. Of course, this didn't exclude the fact that Yi Xian actually had a good impression of the purplish warbler. It was just that this last reason wasn't particularly clear to him. Yi Xian's reply was obviously quite effective in the purplish warbler's ears. Compared to Yi Xian's impression of the purplish warbler's impression of Yi Xian was extremely clear. Therefore, Yi Xian's attitude made the purplish warbler happy in her heart. It was just that girls were shy and thin-skinned. Even if they were happy, they couldn't express it too easily. Sometimes, they would even say something sarcastic. For example, right now. "At least you still have some conscience. But this is your own decision." Although the purplish warbler was secretly happy, she rolled her eyes and said to Yi Xian, "Don't blame me if you get too full when the time comes." Yi Xian naturally saw that this was the attitude of a little girl. He could only shake his head and smile bitterly. He was also speechless. Because this was a private banquet, Naples didn't even bring any bodyguards to the Xianyuan family this time. There were only 4 people in the party: Yi Xian, the purplish warbler, Naples, and Yi Xian's personal butler, the wretched mosquito butcher. After the 4 of them left the imperial gymnasium, they directly rushed to the Xianyuan family. The purplish warbler was just going home, so she was familiar with the way. Yi Xian and Naples' behavior was also very normal. Only the wretched mosquito butcher, who followed behind the 3 of them, took advantage of the fact that the 3 of them didn't turn around to look behind them. His servile demeanor unknowingly disappeared, and he walked with his head held high and his chest puffed out. The only thing missing was a folding fan in his hand and waving it 3 times with each step he took. He had the attitude of a master. Yi Xian and the other 2 people walking in front of him seemed to have been reduced to servants and maids opening the way for him. Yi Xian was the prince of an immortal dynasty, and his reputation was like the sun in the sky. He could be said to be very popular. Even the wretched mosquito butcher was greatly surprised by this. Previously, when they were on the main planet of the Black Mosquito tribe in the Demon Domain, this guy deliberately put on airs because of Yi Xian's status as the Holy Son. Now that he was in the human race, he realized that his qualifications to show off seemed to be much greater. As long as Yi Xian turned around, his attitude of being the number one in the world would immediately be transformed into one that was incomparably familiar to him. Of course, this old guy also knew that if Yi Xian turned around and saw his current appearance, he would definitely be beaten to a pulp on the spot. Therefore, while he puffed out his chest and walked with his feet splayed out, the wretched mosquito butcher's triangular eyes were always locked on Yi Xian's back. As soon as he realized that something was wrong and Yi Xian was about to turn around to look, he would immediately puff out his chest and bow his head, returning to his original position in the blink of an eye. Of course, only one of the triangular eyes was locked on Yi Xian's back. As for the other one, it was looking around, left and right, looking for someone to show off his superiority. No one but him had this kind of ability. Soon, the Xianyuan family arrived. From afar, Yi Xian saw the festive scene of the Xianyuan family's red wedding. He was stunned and turned to the purplish warbler beside him. Is there someone in your family getting married today? Ha! The purplish warbler was also confused. He was stunned for a moment before he replied uncertainly, maybe, it's my younger brother. Then you'll have to prepare a gift. Otherwise, it'll be too rude. Yi Xian smiled awkwardly. He flipped his hand and took out a small space box from his undying world. He opened it and saw 10 level 9 colored star core sources, each the size of a baby's fist, lying quietly inside, emitting a dreamy aura. This is too precious. No way. The purplish warbler was shocked. 10 level 9 colored star core sources were rare even on the Undying planet, let alone in the Tianming imperial capital. Yi Xian's generosity shocked even her. It's fine. Yi Xian waved his hand and settled the matter. Level 9 colored star core sources were indeed precious, but the purplish warbler couldn't compare to others. Besides, he already had more than 100 of them, and then he obtained another cube from the Black Wind ship, so he had more than 1,000 of them. 10 was really nothing. The four of them soon arrived at the Xianyuan family's entrance. A young man ran over with a smile on his face, calling out, "Sister," happily. The purplish warbler beside him also smiled dotingly. It seemed that she really liked this younger brother of hers. It's him. Chapter 3071. Translator, Nyoibo Studio Editor. Nyoibo Studio. A virtuous son-in-law of striking appearance. Seeing Yi Xian give him a gift as soon as they met, the young man was clearly a little surprised. However, after being stunned for a moment, he still raised his hand and accepted the gift. Moreover, he didn't seem to care about Yi Xian's congratulatory words. He subconsciously opened the small space box and let out a cry of surprise. His entire face was illuminated with dreamy 9 colors. He grinned at Yi Xian and said, "Brother-in-law, thank you." With that, the young man turned and ran to the group of people waiting in front of the Xianyuan family's gate. He handed the small space box in his hand to an old man in the middle as if he was presenting a treasure. His face was full of excitement and emotion. "Father, look. My brother-in-law gave me 10 9th level 9 colored crystals." The group of people all looked at the small space box in his hand. The dreamy 9 colors were reflected on everyone's faces. Even the old man suspected to be the head of the Xianyuan family had a look of shock in his eyes. He was obviously shocked by Yi Xian's generosity. Following that, everyone became excited. They had already sent someone to deliver the betrothal gifts just now, and they were also very valuable. Now, the young man had given 10 9th level 9 colored crystals to curry favor with his brother-in-law. It seemed that Prince Xian really cared a lot about Ziying. Thinking of this, the group of Xianyuan family members all smiled from the bottom of their hearts. Although these 10 9th level 9 colored crystals were put away by the old family head on the spot, and they probably wouldn't get a share of it. As long as Prince Xian became a family member, everyone present would benefit greatly in the future. They couldn't refuse it even if they didn't want to. At this moment, after putting away the small space box in the young man's hand, the old man had already led the group of Xianyuan family members to welcome Yi Xian. With a face full of smiles, he looked at Yi Xian and said, "Ayaya, my virtuous son-in-law is indeed a man of striking appearance. However, your etiquette is a little too thorough. This makes us seem distant. We're all family, why do you have to be like this, brother-in-law? Virtuous son-in-law." They were all family. As these words entered his ears one after another, Naples was grinning from ear to ear. The wretched mosquito slayer was more or less the same. Only the two people involved, Yi Xian and Purplish Warbler, had their mouths wide open, as if they had agreed beforehand. Their faces were full of shock. It was as if lightning and thunder were rumbling in his mind. In an instant, his entire brain was numb from the explosion. At the same time, in the imperial capital, the Immortal Star, the Federation's Overwatch Council. After some investigation, the Overwatch Council's task force had a rough idea of the source of Prince Xian's 10 billion Federation contribution points. An investigation report was delivered to the desk of Long Huai, the head of the Overwatch Council. Although Long Huai was the great imperial uncle, on the surface, he looked younger than the second imperial uncle, Long Tianba. He looked to be in his early 40s, with a pale face and no beard. However, the light in his eyes occasionally flickered. His entire person imperceptibly exuded the aura of someone who had been in a high position for a long time. It was very frightening. On Yi Xian's side, the investigation of the 10 billion contribution points deduction was very fast because he only needed to recall what he had done. However, on the Overwatch Council side, it was not so simple. There were some things that even Naples did not know. He was only a 3-star general in the immortal army of the Immortal Dynasty. This time, the 10 billion contribution points deduction from Yi Xian were related to the interests of the entire Wanluo Federation. Thus, after the investigation began, there were many aspects that needed to be taken into consideration. The entire Wanluo Federation was in the first universe. Even if it was only in the demon territory, how could it be as simple as a few demon spies who had been bribed? In reality, for so many years, the Wanluo Federation had used similar methods to nibble away and even set up a few great void-killing formations in the first universe. In the future, when they fought a decisive battle with the overlord of the first universe, the Tianji clan, these great void-killing formations would have unimaginably terrifying effects. It could be said that the foundation of any one of these great void-killing formations was incomparably important. It was also absolutely enough to cause the sky-ranking Federation interstellar mercenaries to have their contribution points deducted. Thus, this time, when the Federation's Overwatch Council launched an investigation into the 10 billion contribution points deduction from Yi Xian, they took into consideration many aspects. This took a certain amount of time, and only now did they have a result. As for the investigation report that was placed on the desk of Long Huai, the Overwatch Council's director, right now in his hands, it showed the following information: all of the Great Void-Killing Formation's foundations were untouched. Some of the other arrangements and secrets were also completely normal, or there were still old connections. Only the first high priest of the demon race's imperial city, Wen Xing, had been confirmed to have died not long ago, and the cause of death was unknown. As the first high priest of the demon race's imperial city, Wen Xing's value was extremely high. His death was definitely not a small loss to the Wanluo Federation. It was indeed enough to deduct 10 billion contribution points, or even more. Originally, on the Demon Emperor planet, Chanas had already reported the details of Wen Xing's death to the Demon Emperor, but the latter had blocked the news. After all, the High Priest of the Imperial City had died so sullenly. For the Demon Royal family, this was also a matter of loss of face. Thus, regarding the true cause of Wen Xing's death, the Federation's Overwatch Council did not receive any real information at all. So, he killed Wen Xing, and from the information that was sent back, no one knew how High Priest Wen Xing died. Could it be that he was assassinated? Putting down the investigation report in his hand, Long Hui gradually furrowed his brows as he muttered to himself, "This child has only gone through one ultimate trial, and he has already been reborn like this." From the weak and easily bullied in the past, he has grown to the point where he is now in the three great universes, and even his cultivation realm has become mysterious. He can even kill Wen Xing. What is even more frightening is his scheming. Whether it is taking advantage of the situation to kill Bai Jingjun, Xiao Long, and their henchmen on the Tianhe planet, or deliberately leaving behind the impression of a benevolent heart on the Tianqin planet, all of this shows that this child is no longer the old Long Xian of the past. If second brother had not gone with the fleet and confirmed his identity, I would have almost suspected whether he was the real Prince Xian. How can a person change so much in such a short time? Unfortunately, Long Xian, no matter how powerful you are now, you still left behind some loopholes. Wen Xing's death is enough for the Federation's Overwatch Council to investigate you. Besides, a human being who has made such a name for himself among the demon race, and even reached the level of the Black Mosquito tribe's holy son. Even if there is nothing fishy about it, just this point alone is enough for me to make some news. Chapter 3072. Translator, Nyoibo Studio Editor, Nyoibo Studio. Unexpected news of marriage. Immortal planet, deep within the Imperial City. Just as the Federation's supervisor Long Hui gathered his trusted subordinates to frame Yi Xian for being a spy for the demons, deep within the Imperial City, Long Xian's mother, concubine Mei, was sitting in the back garden, conversing with a young and beautiful woman. There were many servant girls around them, all of them looking submissive and respectful. In fact, long before Yi Xian returned to the Third Universe with the Naples Fortress fleet and contacted the Immortal Dynasty, concubine Mei's heart, which had been hanging in her throat, had been completely relieved. This was because the daughter-in-law in front of her, whom she liked very much, had brought back the news that Yi Xian had successfully met up with the Naples Fortress fleet back to the Immortal Dynasty. The so-called daughter-in-law in front of concubine Mei was Ying Tai. Although she was a member of the automaton race, she was a high-ranking member of the automaton race. Her cultivation had reached the mystic light realm, and she had some secret concealment techniques of the automaton race. Therefore, even human experts who were one or two realms above the mystic light realm couldn't easily see through her true identity. That day, after Ying Tai left the Demon Star region, she immediately came to the Third Universe ruled by the human race and went straight to the Immortal Star, the capital of the Immortal Dynasty. After some twists and turns, Ying Tai got in touch with Consort Mei. She claimed that she was Prince Xian's confidant that he had gotten to know during the imperial family's ultimate trials. She had returned early because of Prince Xian's instructions. He had asked Ying Tai to report to his mother that she was safe. Just the news of Prince Xian's safety was enough for the overjoyed concubine Mei to completely believe Ying Tai's words. In addition, Ying Tai deliberately tried to curry favor with concubine Mei. In just a few days, concubine Mei had completely accepted Ying Tai as her daughter-in-law. She had even secretly hinted that she could only be Prince Xian's legal wife in the future. Ying Tai didn't care about this so-called identity of the main wife. She came to the human race, to the everlasting dynasty, with only one goal, and that was to start a passionate love affair with Prince Xian. Turning into a butterfly was originally a beautiful love story of the human race. Ever since Ying Tai was born from my consciousness and became a true member of the machine race, she was fascinated by this beautiful story. Ever since then, she had named herself Ying Tai. Over the years, her cultivation had increased step by step. Now, she had reached the mystic light realm and had even become one of the upper echelons of the machinery race. However, her dream of becoming a butterfly had never come true. This time, when her predecessor, Shan Bo, died at the hands of Yi Xian, Ying Tai finally understood. Turning into a butterfly was a love story of the human race. Since that was the case, if her Shan Bo was a member of the mechanical race, how could she feel the true meaning of turning into a butterfly? Thus, she decided to find a human to start her butterfly love. As for Prince Xian, as the most popular prince of the human race's technology faction and a dragon among the younger generation of the human race, he was obviously Yingtai's best choice. Yingtai indeed didn't care about being the main wife of Prince Xian, but she cared about Prince Xian. As such, she didn't have any objections to Consort Mei's arrangements. She was even secretly delighted. Prince Xian had always been avoiding her. This time, he probably couldn't escape even if he wanted to, right? At this moment, a female official hurriedly walked into the back garden. After quickly glancing at Yingtai with a strange expression, she whispered a few words into Consort Mei's ear. Although the maids and female servants in the palace were all cultivators, including Consort Mei, there was still a gap between their cultivation and that of Yingtai, who was at the mystic light realm. As such, although the female official's voice was soft, Yingtai heard every single word clearly. Consort Mei, things aren't looking good. Prince Xian, he, has already arrived at Tianming Imperial Capital. He just went to the Xianyuan family and prepared a generous gift. He gave out 10 level 9 colored pills in one go. The Xianyuan family is even more colorful. Right now, it's rumored that Prince Xian is going to marry the Xianyuan family's girling back to the palace. Hearing these words, Yingtai's expression immediately became unnatural. There was even a faint hint of anger. While she was currying favor with Prince Xian's mother, the latter was fooling around outside. This was the first time she had heard of the so-called Xianyuan family's girling. If she had known that this woman had an affair with Prince Xian, Yingtai would have definitely exterminated the entire Xianyuan family before coming here. Of course, whether or not she could exterminate them was another matter. After all, it was impossible that the Xianyuan family didn't even have a mystic light realm cultivator. However, at this moment, under her slight anger, this was indeed what she was thinking. After hearing the female official's words, Consort Mei frowned slightly. Then, she raised her eyebrows slightly and glanced at Yingtai. From the other party's expression, she immediately understood that Yingtai had heard the female official's words. As Prince Xian's mother, she naturally had to consider many aspects. Yingtai was indeed not bad, but after all, she didn't have any foundation or background. She was just a female loose cultivator with decent cultivation. From Consort Mei's point of view, with the devoted Yingtai as the main wife and her powerful cultivation, she could intimidate the entire harem. As for the Xianyuan family's girling, she came from a prestigious family. Not only was she well matched with Prince Xian, but more importantly, the Tianming Empire's Xianyuan family was one of the few families in the entire empire that possessed a level 8 genetic cultivation fluid. With the support of the Xianyuan family, Prince Xian's chances of ascending the throne in the future would greatly increase. Just from this point alone, Consort Mei couldn't refuse the purplish warbler. Girl, Xian will most likely ascend the throne in the future. You know about the matters of the imperial family. Even I am just one of the masters of the harem. The girl from the Xianyuan family is actually not bad. More importantly, the Xianyuan family will be of great help to Xian's great undertaking, so... At this point, Consort Mei seemed to have suddenly thought of something. She turned to look at the female official beside her, and her tone suddenly became serious. Then, she said, send out the order. Tell Xian to return to the imperial capital immediately. Tell him that Yingtai is waiting for him here. Once he returns, we will have the wedding immediately. After that, Consort Mei turned her head to look at Yingtai. She smiled kindly and said softly, Girl, this is the fate of marrying into the royal family. However, although I can't promise you anything else, I will make sure that you will not lose the position of the Empress. So, I will definitely give it to you. Yingtai actually didn't care about all of this. However, Consort Mei's words for Prince Xian to immediately return to the imperial court and complete the wedding made Yingtai rather happy. She immediately stood up and bowed towards Consort Mei. I will listen to Consort Mei's decision. Chapter 3073. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Running away from marriage, brother-in-law, so you have another one on the immortal star. Actually, this is normal. Even if you can't ascend the throne and become a prince in the future, it's normal for you to have a lot of concubines. But the problem is that my sister can't handle it. You know her temperament. I think this is going to fail. Xian. Your Highness, why didn't you mention this before? That woman called Ying Tai. From what concubine Mei said, she wants you to immediately return to the palace to complete the marriage. In that case, won't Ying Tai become your first wife? Yeah, if that's the case, this old man can't guarantee anything for you, little Ying. Damn hooligan, liar. I don't want to see you anymore. Woo! With the arrival of the immortal star's summons, the entire banquet hall was in chaos. The purplish warbler almost burst into tears. She stood up angrily and left the banquet. Even Naples and the wretched mosquito slayer were dumbfounded by this scene. For a moment, they were stunned. As for Yi Xian, he was in no mood to pay attention to all of this. At this moment, his entire mind was occupied by the two words, Ying Tai. Ying Tai. That love-struck woman who had the supreme cultivation of the mystic light realm but was clearly a little crazy. She actually returned to the third universe one step ahead of time and even went to find Prince Xian's mother, Concubine Mei. Moreover, from the sudden summons from Concubine Mei, it was obvious that Ying Tai was doing well over there. Prince Xian's family and the entire immortal imperial family had probably been taken care of by that woman. Under such circumstances, if he really returned to the immortal star, he would be walking right into a trap. Although marriage wasn't something to be afraid of, Yi Xian never thought that he would become Dao companions with a strange woman like this. Even if this woman was Xianyuan Ziying, he wouldn't be completely unable to accept it. He might even be able to half push and half submit to her. However, if it was Ying Tai, Yi Xian definitely wouldn't compromise no matter what. That woman was sick in the head. Why did she say that she wanted to start a love affair with him? It sounded good, but the story of Liang Shanbo and Zhu Yingtai was clearly a tragedy, okay? Only an idiot would play such a sick game with her. It seemed that he couldn't go to the immortal star, at least for the time being. Otherwise, once he returned, he would definitely be forced to complete the marriage. At that time, everything would be over. No matter what, he had to slip away first. He was clearly running away from the marriage. If that woman called Ying Tai still had some face left, she might take the initiative to leave the immortal star soon. At that time, Yi Xian could just go back. Thinking of this, Yi Xian immediately had the thought of leaving Heavenly Underworld planet. In any case, he'd already returned to the third universe of the human race, so he could go anywhere. Naples couldn't be involved in this matter. After all, it was an order from the immortal star. If it was found that Naples was related to Yi Xian's disobedience, Yi Xian would be fine as a prince, but Naples would be severely punished as a high-ranking general of the immortal army. He was now considered by Yi Xian to be his own direct descendant. No matter from which perspective, Yi Xian had to protect him. Therefore, to be on the safe side, it would be best not to reveal to Naples even the fact that they were planning to run away at this moment. After all, the fact that Naples was equivalent to Prince Xian's direct line of descent must have been known to everyone in the imperial court. In order to suppress Prince Xian, his imperial brothers would not let go of any opportunity. Naples had definitely entered their sights and was listed as a target to be suppressed. At a time like this, Yi Xian had to be cautious and not leave any opportunity for the other party. Yi Xian couldn't stay too long, including on the Xianyuan family side. Otherwise, once the fact that Prince Xian disobeyed orders was established, it was inevitable that someone would implicate the Xianyuan family. Thinking of this, he, who had originally planned to explain to the purplish warbler, immediately dismissed the idea of continuing to stay here. All right, we should go. Uncle Xianyuan, I'll have to trouble you to persuade Ziying. This is a misunderstanding. I'll definitely explain it later. After making the decision, Yi Xian immediately stood up and bowed to the purplish warbler's father, family head Xianyuan Bo. Then, he turned around and left the Xianyuan family with Naples and the wretched mosquito butcher. Your Highness, after leaving the Xianyuan family, on the way back to the Imperial Gymnasium, Naples couldn't hold himself back and wanted to ask about it. He was also caught off guard by Consort Mei's edict. The key was that he didn't know what Yi Xian was thinking. This was something that, as a direct descendant of Yi Xian, he had to figure it out first before making further plans. Don't ask anything, don't say anything. This prince has his own plans. Without waiting for Naples to finish speaking, Yi Xian immediately interrupted him. He turned around and gave Naples a meaningful glance. This was the imperial capital of Tianming Empire, and it was in the imperial city area. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that every nook and cranny was under the surveillance of Tianming Empire's main Starry Sky network. It didn't mean that someone was monitoring them now. After all, with Prince Xian's status, there probably wasn't anyone in Tianming Empire who dared to do so. There was no need for them to do so. However, if Yi Xian disobeyed orders and left after the incident, if the other princes wanted to make things difficult for Naples, then if Yi Xian and Naples had any conversation that crossed the line, they could easily find out and use it as evidence to suppress Naples. Yi Xian had to take precautions against this. At this moment, as he turned and gave Naples a meaningful look, the latter almost instantly understood why Yi Xian avoided talking to him. At the same time, he naturally guessed why Yi Xian wanted to escape from the marriage. A bitter smile appeared on Naples' face. Since he was already a direct descendant of Prince Xian, then no matter what decision Prince Xian made, he had to obey without question. In fact, Yi Xian's action of stopping him from asking questions at this moment represented his protection for Naples. This made him feel quite touched. Just this alone made him feel that it was worth following Prince Xian to the end, even if it meant following him to the end. At this time, Prince Xian could still consider his safety. To be able to follow such a master, what more could he ask for? At this thought, Naples instantly made the decision to support Yi Xian. He cupped his hands and said, "Your Highness, we will be returning to the Immortal Star tomorrow. This time, the journey is long and cannot be lost. This old subject will not go to the Imperial Gymnasium tonight. I will go to the fortress fleet and let the soldiers check the entire fortress overnight so as to not delay your Highness' return to the Imperial Court." Chapter 3074. Translator, Nyoibo Studio Editor, Nyoibo Studio. The prince is gone. Investigate a woman named Ying Tai immediately. She is Prince Xian's fiancée. After Naples left, Yi Xian returned to his room in the Imperial Gymnasium. He immediately ordered the devouring system in his body to investigate Ying Tai's background. At this moment, the more he thought about it, the more he felt that this matter was strange. Logically speaking, he was already on his way back to the immortal star of the imperial capital of the heavenly underworld empire. After entering the wormhole, he would reach the immortal star in a few days. Prince Xian's mother, Consort Mei, definitely wouldn't be in such a hurry to issue such an edict all of a sudden. Furthermore, she clearly stated the date of his wedding with Ying Tai in the edict. All of this was clearly Ying Tai's doing in the dark. As a result, Yi Xian recalled the one or two rare encounters he had with Ying Tai. He immediately became suspicious. Following Yi Xian's order, the devouring system immediately activated its auxiliary communication system to investigate. However, it found nothing. This result made Yi Xian even more suspicious. Ying Tai claimed to be Prince Xian's fiancée. How could there be no information at all? This was definitely not normal. Unwilling to give up, Yi Xian narrowed the scope of his search and gave only one search condition, which was Prince Xian's fiancée. The result was also a blank slate. Prince Xian did not have a fiancée at all. This result was within his expectations. Indeed, there is a problem. It seems that I can only ask the system to analyze it. With a frown, Yi Xian immediately used the process of his encounter with Ying Tai as an analysis element and transmitted it to the devouring system, requesting the system to analyze it. The final result gave him a huge shock. Ying Tai, 80% is from the Tianji clan. 15% is from a human with bad intentions. 5% is from a third race with bad intentions. Out of the three possibilities, the latter two were bad intentions. There was no need to talk about the first one. If she was from the Tianji clan, it was not just bad intentions. It was simply unfathomable. Furthermore, the possibility of her being from the Tianji clan was as high as 80%. This was the result of the devouring system's analysis. It was basically the truth. She's from the Tianji clan. Yi Xian's expression turned gloomy, and his mind quickly calculated. If this was the case, then Ying Tai should be one of the higher-ups of the Heavenly's legacy race's Star Fortress. Who would have thought that there would be two clansmen in the Tianji clan's interstellar fortress? One of them had been killed by him, while the other must have seen the terrifying power of the Thunder Origin bead and knew that he was no match for it. That was why he used such a scheme to confuse Yi Shiwen. Since the other party was willing to give up on an interstellar fortress, it meant that her scheme was huge. At the very least, it was worth more than an interstellar fortress. However, all of this was not the main point. The main point was that the other party had already infiltrated the undying star of the Undying Dynasty. Furthermore, she had successfully contacted Prince Xian's mother, Consort Mei. It seemed that their relationship was quite good. At the very least, Consort Mei had already agreed to marry Prince Xian. This made Yi Xian quite suspicious. Although Ying Tai's cultivation was not bad, reaching the Mystic Light Realm, there should be quite a few existences below the Mystic Light Realm on the undying star of the Undying Dynasty's imperial capital, right? There were definitely existences several major realms stronger than the Mystic Light Realm. Naples was only a 3-star general. In the Undying Army of the Undying Dynasty, there were 4-star generals, 5-star generals, and the highest marshals. Their cultivation was definitely above that of Naples. And this was only the military. In reality, apart from the military, how could the other departments of the Undying Dynasty not have such powerful existences? Under such circumstances, a Mystic Light Realm existence, even if she looked no different from a human and definitely had some secret methods of the Tianji clan, had infiltrated the imperial capital of the Undying Dynasty, where the headquarters of the Myriad Net Federation was located. How could no one discover Ying Tai's true identity? Could it be that the devouring system's analysis was wrong? As soon as this thought appeared in his mind, Yi Xian shook his head and shook it away. Although this didn't make sense, he would rather believe in the devouring system. In that case, he would treat Ying Tai as a member of the Tianji clan. Facing the situation before him, what Yi Xian needed to do wasn't just what he'd thought before. It was as simple as not going to the Immortal Star and temporarily escaping from the marriage to avoid the limelight. Since the other party wasn't Prince Xian's fiancé, she would definitely have a different excuse than what she had told Yi Xian if she wanted to deceive Consort Mei. She would most likely say that she was a close female friend that Prince Xian had gotten to know while he was out there undergoing the ultimate trial. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been able to trick Consort Mei into trusting her. In short, Ying Tai's excuse for entering the Undying Star and coming into contact with Consort Mei was definitely related to Prince Xian. In this way, once the fact that she was a member of the Tianji clan was exposed, it would be extremely disadvantageous for Yi Xian. The power struggle in the imperial court was very intense. Who knew how many people were waiting for such an opportunity? Furthermore, Yi Xian hadn't resolved the issue of 10 billion Federation contribution points being deducted. Furthermore, Prince Xian still had a covetous first imperial uncle who held the important position of supervisor of the Myriad Luo Federation. Looks like I still have to rely on myself to expose Ying Tai's identity. Otherwise, this matter will definitely become an excuse for those people to use against me. As Yi Xian muttered to himself, he couldn't help but feel a headache coming on. If not for the fact that his identity as Prince Xian was already established and that he could use the starry sky net on the undying star to search for the devouring source with half the effort, he would have given up on this identity. He didn't like this kind of power struggle between the imperial family. Scheming against each other was really troublesome. After sighing, Yi Xian immediately waved his hand and summoned the Dongshu shuttle. The Emperor Hall was the top VIP hall in the Tianming imperial capital. The interior space was very large, and even a small private warship could be easily summoned. After the wretched mosquito slayer entered the Dongshu shuttle, Yi Xian quickly waved his hand again and stored the Dongshu shuttle again. After doing all this, he activated perfect oscillation and concealed his figure, aura, and everything else. He silently left the Emperor Hall. After leaving the Emperor Hall, Yi Xian soared into the sky and headed towards the starry sky passage outside the Tianming star. After a short while, he arrived outside the Tianming star's atmosphere. In the Tianming star's official star dock not far away, the 5 starry sky fortresses commanded by Naples were clearly visible. However, Yi Xian couldn't go over at this moment. In order to protect Naples, he could only choose to leave alone. With another sigh, Yi Xian activated his cultivation and entered the starry sky in a state where his figure and aura were concealed. His physical body traversed the starry sky and quickly left. Chapter 3075. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. The Third Imperial Decree. It was nighttime. Before Yi Xian entered the independent inn that belonged to him temporarily, he had instructed everyone not to disturb him unless they were summoned. He was going into seclusion. Therefore, even though Yi Xian left that very night, no one in the entire Tianming imperial capital knew about it the next day. Even Naples, who knew that Yi Xian would definitely leave quietly, wasn't sure if he had really left. Since Prince Xian had instructed everyone not to disturb him and he was going into seclusion, no one dared to disturb him. Even Naples pretended to wait in the flagship fortress of the star dock outside the atmosphere of the Tianming star. As for food and drink, it was common for cultivators to not have a drop of water for a few days or even longer. Since he was going into seclusion, the desire for good food had to be put aside. Therefore, no one came to disturb him for the entire day, not even delivering food. As for the Xianyuan family, they also maintained their silence and didn't come to contact Prince Xian again. The second day, the third day, until the 6th day, it was still the same. Finally, the imperial capital couldn't sit still anymore. Concubine Mei's second imperial decree arrived at the Tianming imperial capital, requesting that Prince Xian end his seclusion immediately and set off by the end of the day. Concubine Mei had obviously seen through it. In fact, some of the bystanders, including the Xianyuan family, had also seen through it. Instead of going into seclusion earlier or later, Prince Xian chose to go into seclusion right after Concubine Mei's decree and the wedding announcement. Furthermore, he chose to go into seclusion on the way back to the imperial capital's immortal star. This was clearly a deliberate delay. Perhaps Prince Xian had been enjoying himself in that independent inn for the past few days and hadn't gone into seclusion at all. Concubine Mei's second decree was clearly a little angry. Furthermore, this second decree wasn't only issued to Prince Xian, but to Emperor Tianming as well. It was clear that they wanted Emperor Tianming to step in. No matter what, they had to get Prince Xian onto the fortress fleet and head for the undying star. Emperor Tianming did not appear, but the head steward of the imperial palace did. However, after the head steward of the imperial palace entered the imperial academy, his expression changed before he even entered Yi Xian's independent inn. He sighed, the prince has already left. Moreover, he has been gone for a long time. I'm afraid it's been 5 or 6 days. The Emperor Palace officials behind him were stunned for a moment before their expressions changed. This wasn't a small matter, they were clearly disobeying the imperial edict. Although the imperial edict wasn't issued by the immortal emperor himself, Consort May was the most powerful concubine in the imperial harem. Her imperial edict couldn't be disobeyed. Even her own son had disobeyed her orders. To concubine May, this was tantamount to a slap in the face. If Consort May was angered, many people in the Tianming imperial capital would suffer. After all, Prince Xian was lost here. Some people would not be able to escape the blame. Chief Steward, what should we do? A pale-faced official asked the chief steward who represented Imperial Emperor Tianming. They were indeed in a state of panic now that something like this had happened so suddenly. What else can we do? He's already gone. Don't tell me you still want to lie to Consort May. If that's the case, we'll lose our heads. The chief steward replied indifferently, then turned around and left. He had to report this matter to Emperor Tianming. Although a prince of the imperial capital was popular, in the eyes of Emperor Tianming, he was nothing. However, the other party had stirred up a lot of trouble. Emperor Tianming was probably angry about this. After the chief steward left, the follow-up work started quickly. On one hand, the imperial capital's undying star's reply was reported immediately. On the other hand, the Tianming imperial capital also launched a comprehensive investigation into Prince Xian's disappearance. After all, as the imperial capital of the Tianming Empire, the Tianming star defense system was incomparable to that of an administrative star of a small country. It was inexcusable for a person to disappear just like that. Ordinary concealment techniques would not be able to escape the detection of the Tianming star defense system. If they did not get to the bottom of this matter, they would not be able to answer to Consort May. However, when Yi Xian left, he used the perfect vibration of the Devil Cultivator's mental strength skill. The heavenly underworld star defense system couldn't sense it at all. As a result, the final result of this investigation caused everyone to be dumbfounded. Prince Xian had indeed gone missing. However, when and how he had left, and whether he had left on his own accord or had been abducted, no one knew anything about this. The investigation result was a blank slate. There were no clues at all. Such a result made everyone fall into a daze. With the defensive system of the heavenly underworld planet, even a mystic light realm expert, such as the Neapolitan Admiral, wouldn't be able to leave without leaving a trace if he used a concealment technique. However, Prince Xian had done it. Although his cultivation was still a mystery, and no one knew, no matter what, he shouldn't be as strong as a mystic light realm existence, right? Could it be that he was abducted by a supreme existence whose cultivation had surpassed the mystic light realm? Thinking of this possibility, the entire Tianming imperial capital started to panic. If this matter was investigated, who knew how many people would lose their heads? Prince Xian had fought alone in the demon territory of the first universe and returned safely. However, he had suffered such a crime in his own territory. It was hard to say whether he would live or die. Even if the everlasting dynasty didn't pursue this matter, the countless fans of the prince and the entire myriad Luo Federation would definitely not let this matter rest. Because of this matter, the entire Tianming Empire's imperial capital was in a state of panic. Even Emperor Tianming could not sit still. Only the commander of the stronghold fleet, Naples, who was docked in the Tianming Star dock, seemed anxious on the surface, but his heart was calm and he sighed. Even he was amazed that Prince Xian had been able to leave the Tianming Star without anyone knowing. At the very least, he would not be able to do the same thing. Apart from that, the purplish warbler also knew what was going on. All of this seemed very mysterious to outsiders, but she knew that Yi Xian had the mental energy of a demon. This was not a difficult thing to do. The Tianming Empire's imperial capital was the core of the Third Universe's technological faction. The demon scouts of the Tianming race would not be able to infiltrate this place. As such, the Tianming star defense system did not have many defensive measures against the mental energy of a demon. Otherwise, Yi Xian would not have been able to leave so easily. The purplish warbler was well aware of this. Furthermore, Yi Xian's actions of running away from the marriage at the expense of angering concubine Mei made her realize that perhaps she had really misunderstood this matter. As such, the purplish warbler's dissatisfaction gradually disappeared, and she began to worry about Yi Xian. It was also at this time that the third edict from the Undying Star finally arrived. Unlike the previous two edicts, this third edict wasn't issued by an immortal dynasty. Instead, it came from the headquarters of the Myriad Luo Federation. Chapter 3076. Translator, Nyoibo Studio Editor, Nyoibo Studio. The arrival of the monitoring team. The third edict came from the headquarters of the Wanluo Federation, the Federation's monitoring council. It was personally issued by the Federation's monitoring chief, who was also the great imperial uncle, Long Huai. Therefore, the weight of this edict surpassed the previous two edicts from concubine Mei. Concubine Mei was only one of the immortal emperor's favored concubines, but Long Huai was different. He had an official status. In the royal family of the immortal dynasty, he was the great imperial uncle, the elder brother of the current immortal emperor, and an important figure in the royal family. In the Wanluo Federation, he was the head of the Federation's monitoring council. He had a high position and power. The content of the third edict was very simple, but the deeper meaning behind it made people wonder and even fear. The edict stated that the Federation's monitoring council of the Immortal Star had already sent an investigation team to Heavenly Underworld planet to investigate Prince Xian's disappearance. At the same time, it requested the Xianyuan family's Naples fortress fleet to stay put and wait for orders. No one was to leave and wait for the arrival of the investigation team from the Federation's monitoring council to cooperate with the investigation of Prince Xian's deduction of 10 billion Federation contribution points. On the surface, this decree seemed to be quite normal, but after careful consideration, anyone could see that there was something wrong with it. First of all, the Immortal Dynasty should have sent an investigation team to investigate Prince Xian's disappearance, not the Federation's monitoring council. The Federation's monitoring council was a monitoring department of the Federation. It was equivalent to discipline. The nature of this incident, whether it was the prince disobeying concubine Mei's edict and running away from the marriage or the prince being kidnapped, should not have alerted the Federation's monitoring council to investigate. This was an internal matter of the Immortal Dynasty's royal family. Besides, if they were really here to investigate Prince Xian's disappearance, then the people mentioned in the edict to cooperate with the investigation should be the officials of the Tianming Empire, not the Xianyuan family and the Naples fortress fleet. Moreover, at the end of the edict, it specifically mentioned that Prince Xian's deduction of 10 billion Federation contribution points was wrong. This was even more unusual. It was clearly implying that Prince Xian's 10 billion Federation contribution points were deducted from him and his sudden disappearance this time. To put it bluntly, the hidden meaning of this imperial edict was clearly that the Federation's Overwatch Council was suspicious of Prince Xian. Even his sudden disappearance on Heavenly Underworld planet was included in this. Long Huai, the Overwatch Council, suspected that he had fled in fear of punishment. Disobeying consort Mei's edict and running away from the marriage was just an excuse that Prince Xian used to cover up his escape from punishment when he got wind of it. Ordinary citizens of the Federation might not be able to see through all of this, but those who had some experience in politics would be able to figure it out after some thought. Of course, in view of the special status of supervising director Long Huai, he had always supported the great prince. Thus, when the Overwatch Council investigated Prince Xian, there was some personal grudge involved. This was something that everyone was well aware of. However, no one dared to casually discuss this matter. However, due to the arrival of this decree, the originally anxious Heaven Nether Imperial capital instead gradually calmed down. The officials of the Dark Nether capital were all shrewd people, and naturally saw that the nature of this matter had changed with a single glance. Even on consort Mei's side, after the great imperial uncle Long Huai interfered and caused trouble, her attention and resentment were drawn away from the Tianming Empire and toward the great imperial uncle Long Huai. It was said that when immortals fought, the immortals suffered. That was true in normal battles. However, this was a battle for the throne within the royal family. It couldn't be too grand. At least, it couldn't be too obvious on the surface. Thus, both sides restrained themselves. Under these circumstances, when the immortals fought, the immortals became spectators. In short, the crisis of the Tianming Empire was basically resolved. However, for the people of Naples and the Xianyuan family, they immediately became nervous. One was from a large family in the imperial capital. The other was a high-ranking general who had been in the military for a long time. Naturally, they saw through the great imperial uncle Long Huai's investigation order very clearly. Although they understood, they dared to be angry but did not dare to voice it. The great imperial uncle Long Huai had justifiable reasons and excuses. Even if the essence of this investigation was indeed a battle for the throne, no one dared to rashly break this window paper. Even the immortal emperor would maintain his silence. On one hand, this concerned the face of the royal family. On the other hand, Long Huai was his brother and held a high position in the Wanluo Federation. Even if the immortal emperor did not like this kind of overly intense battle for the throne, on this matter, he could not take the initiative to express his opinion and be dragged into it. No matter when a battle for the throne appeared, as the holder of the throne at that time, he would usually maintain an aloof attitude of watching from the sidelines. Only when the situation developed into a situation that was difficult to resolve would the holder of the throne appear and quell the unrest. In reality, in the immortal emperor's eyes, this battle for the throne was an excellent opportunity to examine the great prince and Prince Xian, who had suddenly appeared like a dark horse. The grand imperial uncle, Long Huai, was well aware of this as well. Thus, he was extremely confident. So long as he controlled the situation and didn't make the situation too serious and cause the imperial clan to lose too much face, it was impossible for the Eternal Empires to stand out and interfere in this matter. The people of Naples and the Xianyuan family both knew this point. Thus, at this moment, the people of Naples and the Xianyuan family all appeared calm and composed on the surface. However, in their hearts, they were not calm long ago. Other than anger, they were actually more worried. The methods of the Federation's Overwatch Council were not ordinary. If the great imperial uncle Long Huai hardened his heart, this time, when Prince Xian was struck down heavily, they would also suffer and even be buried with him. Other than the immortal emperor, the headquarters of the Wanluo Federation located in the immortal emperor would also not express any opinion regarding Long Huai's abuse of power for personal gain this time. The Wanluo Federation was the Wanluo Federation of the human clan in the third universe and the various other Federation races in the second universe. In the headquarters of the Federation on the immortal planet, other than the human clan elites, there were also a large number of higher-ups from the other races in the second universe. There were even some important departments that controlled not the human clan elites but the elites from the other races in the second universe. The human clan and the other races basically maintained a kind of relative balance. Although the human clan and the other races in the Federation were united on the matter of the Tianji race against the outside world, within the Federation, competition and even struggle had never stopped. This could be seen from the fact that the positions occupied by the top 10 on the heaven list were sensitive enough to tug at the heartstrings of the two universes. This time, although the head of the Federation's Overwatch Council, Long Huai, was suspected of abusing his power for personal gain, this was, after all, an internal struggle within the human clan. The races in the second universe were naturally happy to sit on the fence and watch. Chapter 3077. Translator, Nyoibo Studio Editor. Nyoibo Studio Second Order Planet Warrior Yi Xian was still unaware of the third investigation order from the Wanluo Federation headquarters. He was actually in the void near the heavenly underworld planet and had not gone far. After silently leaving the heavenly underworld planet that night, Yi Xian traversed the void with his physical body. When he was far enough away, he summoned the Dongshu shuttle and stepped in. Then, he activated the concealment array of the Dongshu shuttle and remained in the void near the heavenly underworld planet. This was because Yi Xian was quietly waiting for the follow-up response from Consort Mei on the immortal star. Not only did Prince Xian not return to the immortal star as ordered, but he also escaped the marriage and left quietly. This was tantamount to slapping Consort Mei in the face, so it was impossible for the immortal star not to respond. Yi Xian, on the other hand, would be able to analyze the intentions and movements of the suspected Tianji clan member, Ying Tai, through the follow-up response from the immortal star. Then, he would be able to take countermeasures accordingly. Due to this consideration, he could not leave the heavenly underworld planet too far. This was because he had to activate his personal space communication system at any time to connect to the heavenly underworld planet's space network and search for information. Furthermore, before he entered the Imperial Dojo, he had instructed that he would be in seclusion and not to disturb him unless there was something important. Therefore, according to Yi Xian's estimation, the news of his sudden disappearance would take at least 1 or 2 days to reach the immortal star. And by the time Consort Mei reacted, it would probably be 3 or 4 days later. Because of this, out of boredom, Yi Xian switched the Dongshu shuttle to self-propelled mode and took out the star core origin. Taking advantage of this opportunity, he entered seclusion inside the Dongshu shuttle. Although he was now a planet-grade elite, this was clearly far from enough. Prince Xian's cultivation level could not only be at the 4th major realm. When he had first left the immortal star and started the imperial family's ultimate trial, his cultivation level had probably been much higher than this. Although everyone believed that Yi Xian was concealing his cultivation base and deliberately controlling what he revealed to the outside world at the planet grade, it was very likely that Yi Xian would encounter a situation where he would be forced to reveal his true cultivation base during the upcoming power struggle in the immortal dynasty. Under such circumstances, if Yi Xian couldn't display a stronger cultivation base and was still a planet first order, it would immediately arouse suspicion. Therefore, whenever he was free, he would seize the time to cultivate. Fortunately, he had the devouring system to help him absorb the energy from the star core origin. His speed in this aspect was already very fast, and coupled with the fact that his mental state had improved several times in a row, he was able to make consecutive breakthroughs in a short period of time. He did not have to worry about the situation where his foundation would be unstable due to his cultivation level increasing too quickly. This time, during his closed-door training in the void, Yi Xian still used level 9, 9-colored star core origins. In fact, he used 2 of them. In just 8 short days, when all the star core origins that he had thrown to the devouring system had been completely absorbed and finished his training, Yi Xian heard the familiar system prompt in his mind again. Ding! Congratulations to the host for leveling up. Current cultivation level, planet 3rd order. Upon hearing this prompt, Yi Xian was delighted. His eyes lit up as he clenched his fists tightly. Sure enough, after using 2 level 9, 9-colored star cores, he had finally achieved 2 consecutive breakthroughs during this closed-door training. He had broken through from the planet First Order to the planet Third Order. However, this situation could not be maintained for long. The planet realm was not very strong yet, so it was still possible to break through 2 small levels in a row by using 2 level 9, 9-colored star core origins. However, as his cultivation level increased again, he was afraid that he would only be able to break through 1 small level after using 4 or 5 level 9, 9-colored star cores at once. Because of this, he decided to take advantage of the fact that his foundation was still shallow and the effects of the level 9, 9-colored star core origins were still very obvious to increase his cultivation level as quickly as possible during this period until his mental state reached a bottleneck and he had no choice but to stop. In fact, he was the only one who could achieve such a thing. If it had been anyone else, even if they had a large number of level 9, 9-colored star core origins, they would not have been able to achieve this, as it took time to absorb the star core energy. The higher the level of the star core origin, the slower and more difficult it would be to absorb the star core energy within it. Yi Xian had the devouring system and the bloodline of the space-devouring beast, so he was not afraid of this. He could absorb the star core energy as quickly as he wanted. After breaking through once again, Yi Xian was in a good mood. He calculated the time and realized that he had actually spent 8 days in this closed-door training to make 2 consecutive breakthroughs. This gave him a huge fright. 8 days was enough for the immortal dynasty to react to his sudden disappearance. Consort Mei was probably furious. Prince Xian was her only son, and Consort Mei had always been proud of him. This time, Prince Xian was carrying out the royal family's ultimate trial outside, and she had always been very worried. Back when Yi Xian had used the Federation's contribution points to exchange for 3 level 9 gene cultivation fluids on the Heavenly River planet, Consort Mei had even taken advantage of that opportunity to ask for a drop of immortal ancestral dragon blood from the immortal emperor. She had mixed it in and sent it to Yi Xian in violation of the rules. This time, Consort Mei was worried about Prince Xian's marriage. She had sent down an edict for him to return to the immortal star immediately and complete the wedding. However, Prince Xian did not care about his mother's feelings at all and skipped work halfway. Consort Mei would definitely be furious when faced with all this. Perhaps the entire heavenly underworld planet was in chaos by now. He did not know if the Naples and Xianyuan family were in trouble. He had considered protecting them at first, so he believed that no matter how furious Consort Mei was, she would not vent her anger on them. After all, anyone could see that the Naples and Xianyuan family had basically been branded with Prince Xian's brand. They were her son's direct descendants. Consort Mei was furious, but she could not completely fall out with them over this matter and wipe out her son's future direct descendants, right? If she really did that, she would definitely not be his biological mother. When he thought of this, Yi Xian, who had just been a little worried, immediately calmed down. Immediately after, he issued an order to the devouring system and immediately activated his personal Starry Sky communication system. He connected to the heavenly underworld planet Starry Sky network and checked on the subsequent developments of this incident. Following the order, the devouring system immediately connected to the Starry Sky network. After it was successful, it began to collect information. After a short while, the collection process was completed. A series of information was fed back and turned into words that were projected into Yi Xian's mind. Yi Xian immediately browsed through it. After reading a few lines, his heart sank to the bottom of the valley. In the next moment, his expression changed drastically. In addition to being furious, he even subconsciously let out a cry of alarm. What? How could this be? Chapter 3078. Translator, Nyoibo Studio Editor, Nyoibo Studio Isolation and Investigation. Now that Prince Xian was at the peak of his power, it was not easy to find a chance to deal with him and suppress him. As the Federation's chief inspector, the great imperial uncle Long Huai would not treat him lightly. This time, the investigation team of the Overwatch Council from the headquarters of the Undying Stars Wanluo Federation was personally led by his deputy. They took a space fortress and descended on the heavenly underworld planet. Long Huai's deputy was also a member of the Undying Dynasty's royal family, so he also had the surname Long and his name was Long Kuei. However, this person was only a side relative of the royal family and belonged to Long Huai's line. In terms of seniority, he was the same as Long Huai. If Yi Xian came into contact with him as Prince Xian, he would also call him uncle. However, compared to Long Huai, Long Tianba, and the other royal uncles, this uncle was clearly much less important. After all, he was only a side relative. Long Kuei and Long Huai were the same. They belonged to the radical and powerful faction. From the fact that the great imperial uncle Long Huai had appointed him as the leader of the Overwatch Council's investigation team, it could be seen that Long Huai was determined to succeed this time. This was clearly a spurt of energy and wanted to push Prince Xian to the end. At the very least, he wanted to fiercely suppress the momentum of Prince Xian's limelight. Once the investigation team arrived on the heavenly underworld planet, they began a comprehensive investigation of Naples and the Xianyuan family on the same day. As for Prince Xian's disappearance, they did not waste their time at all. Tianming's imperial capital had already been thoroughly investigated. Since there was no result, then even if the Federation's Overwatch Council began another investigation, it would be impossible for them to find anything new. Although this was the truth, they didn't even bother to go through the formalities. As soon as they arrived, they began to investigate Naples and the Xianyuan family, who were closely related to Prince Xian. Sima Zhao's intentions were well known. The entire Tianming's imperial capital was incomparably quiet on this day. Everyone was closely watching the progress of this matter. Naples was immediately stripped of his position as the commander of the Stronghold fleet. The entire Stronghold fleet was temporarily led by Imperial Uncle Long Tianba and returned to the Immortal Star. The purpose of this was obviously to make it easier to investigate Naples in the future, and to separate his direct troops from the commander. Following the forced departure of the Fortress fleet and the return of the Immortal Army, Naples and the Purplish Warbler were brought to the Federation Fortress where the investigation team was located by the monitoring officers of the Federation Overwatch Council and isolated for investigation. Naples was a good match, but when the Overwatch Council censor went to the Xianyuan family to ask the Purplish Warbler to cooperate with the investigation, they were met with some obstacles, and a conflict almost broke out. In the end, the head of the Xianyuan family, Xianyuan Bo, was injured. An ancestor of the Xianyuan family also appeared and ordered the family to restrain themselves. Thus, the officials of the Federation Overwatch Council were able to successfully take the Purplish Warbler away. This matter caused a stir in Tianming's imperial capital. Originally, because of their relationship with Prince Xian, the Xianyuan family could be said to be like the sun in the sky among the top families in Tianming's imperial capital. However, the world changed so quickly. In the blink of an eye, the imperial court had already begun to suppress Prince Xian. The Xianyuan family was also implicated. This matter became a joke in Tianming's imperial capital. They said that they had not even hugged Prince Xian's thighs before they could warm up to him. In the Overwatch Council's Federation Fortress, Naples and the Purplish Warbler were locked up in two cabins that were quite far from each other and isolated for investigation. All the investigation was personally led by the leader of the investigation team, Long Kuei. At this time, this Federation Fortress had already left Tianming planet and was returning to the Undying planet. However, when they came, this starry fortress used wormholes all the way and used the fastest speed to get here. Now that they were returning, they were not in a hurry at all. This was because the interrogation work would be completed along the way. According to Censor Long Huai's instructions, they had to obtain the confessions of Naples and the Purplish Warbler along the way and confirm the crime of Prince Xian deliberately killing Wen Xing. It would be best if they could obtain all the progress in other aspects, such as Prince Xian colluding with the demons and being a demon spy. If they could obtain this kind of evidence, then Prince Xian's complete fall from power was almost certain. There would be no more changes. Because they could not be in two places, the interrogation of the Purplish Warbler had not yet begun. At this time, Long Huai was leading a few officials of the Overwatch Council to start the interrogation of Naples. Now, I can tell you that the High Priest of the Demon Race's imperial city, Wen Xing, was something that the Federation had to pay an enormous price to win over. For many years, we didn't dare to use him, and we've always been in a nurturing state. Our goal is that he will play a critical role in the final battle with the Heaven's Legacy race in the future. Long Kuei looked at Naples with a gloomy expression. As he spoke, his expression gradually turned cold. After a short pause, he snorted coldly and continued, "But now, Wen Xing is dead, and his death is unclear. After our investigation, we have confirmed that Wen Xing happened to be in the Black Mosquito Star Zone with Long Xian before you went to the First Universe. But later, Long Xian was brought back by you, and Wen Xing inexplicably died. Long Xian also had 10 billion Federation contribution points deducted. You are also a high-ranking member of the Immortal Army, so you should know better than me about the rewards and punishments of military merit. What 10 billion Federation contribution points means, and what kind of great loss would cause so many points to be deducted. I don't think I need to say more. Do you have anything to say about this matter? Hearing this, Naples immediately frowned and sighed in his heart. He knew that Long Huai would not let this matter go easily and would definitely take the opportunity to make trouble. It was just that Naples did not expect the other party to make trouble so quickly. The only thing he could do now was to help Prince Xian as much as possible. After all, the other party's real target was Prince Xian. Naples had been branded as Prince Xian, so if Prince Xian was fine, he would be fine. If Prince Xian was really pushed to the end and fell in this fierce struggle for imperial power, then he, Naples, would definitely not have a good ending. Thinking of this, Naples secretly gritted his teeth, rolled his eyes, and gave a reply that he had already thought of. Wen Xing's death has nothing to do with your highness. At that time, we had not yet met up with Prince Xian. In order to force the Demon Royal Fleet stationed at the Black Mosquito Star to hand over Prince Xian, I ordered several Demon Royal fortresses to be bombarded. Wen Xing happened to be in one of them, so his death can only be considered an accident. Besides, before the fleet set off, no one told me about Wen Xing's identity. Even if I knew he was in that fortress, would still have ordered the attack. If we really want to talk about it, the responsibility of this matter should be on the Federation's higher-ups in charge of contacting Wen Xing. Bang! Impudent. Chapter 3079. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation Snatch. Long Kuei. Long Kuei. How arrogant. How tyrannical. After ending his seclusion, Yi Xian ordered the devouring system to activate his personal intergalactic communication system and connect to the heavenly underworld planet's intergalactic network to find out what happened next. He immediately found out about the arrival of the two subsequent edicts, as well as the Federation's Chief Inspector Long Huai sending an investigation team to the heavenly underworld planet, overthrowing Naples, arresting the purplish warbler, injuring the Xianyuan family head, and so on. A surge of anger and resentment instantly surged from Yi Xian's chest. This time, he was completely enraged. Yi Xian was actually not very interested in his identity as Prince Xian. In the Demon Star sector of the First Universe, Yi Xian had decided to replace the real Prince Xian after he had fallen and obtained his bloodline imprint. One reason was because he was about to return to the Third Universe. On the human side, it was very difficult to change the fact that he was Prince Xian. Even if Yi Xian tried to explain, it would be useless. Instead, it would bring him more trouble. In addition, Prince Xian's identity was indeed very convenient for him to search for the source of devouring in the Third Universe, and even the Second Universe. Therefore, in the end, Yi Xian gritted his teeth and forcefully accepted the identity of Prince Xian. Unfortunately, while this identity brought him great convenience, it also brought him a great deal of trouble. Putting everything else aside, as the prince of an eternal dynasty, and one whose reputation was like the sun in the sky, he could not avoid the struggle for the throne within the imperial family no matter what. Yi Xian had a foundation, so he was not afraid. He just found it troublesome. However, there was no reason for him to only want benefits and not find it troublesome. Therefore, he was already mentally prepared for this kind of annoying fight for the throne. However, Yi Xian had a bottom line when it came to this matter. Since I've gotten the convenience, I can play with you guys no matter how annoyed I am, but you can't touch my bottom line. Otherwise, I won't play anymore. It was fine if he didn't have the identity of Prince Xian. After all, the fragment of the superbrain in the corner of his personal space communication system had already entered its infancy stage. Its search range and ability had greatly increased, and it was only a matter of time before it grew into a real superbrain. When that time came, Yi Xian wouldn't need to rely on the superbrain on the immortal star to obtain convenience and search for information on the devouring origin. As for personal strength and foundation, Yi Xian's cultivation had broken through again and again, and he was no longer a weakling. As long as he maintained this state of rapid growth, Yi Xian would soon become a true starry sky master. Furthermore, he did not lack the hardware and software required to maintain this kind of rapid growth. He had plenty of Yi Xian for devouring systems and various cultivation resources. This was only in terms of personal strength. When it came to foundation and overall strength, with the Thunder Origin Bead and the Headless Infant Corpse in hand, even in this vast third universe, who would he be afraid of? It could be said that the identity of Prince Xian was convenient for Yi Xian. Although he had to endure and deal with some troubles, all of this was definitely not to the extent that it could be considered a restriction to him. It was still the same old saying. If he was annoyed, he could just break up and quit playing. Therefore, this time, when Consort Mei suddenly issued an edict for Yi Xian to immediately return to the Immortal Star to complete the marriage ceremony with Ying Tai, he felt no pressure and left without giving any face at all. It was because there was no need to force himself to compromise. Similarly, since Yi Xian had already regarded Naples and the Purplish Warbler as his own direct subordinates and friends, then they were also Yi Xian's bottom line. Yi Xian could not accept that he had implicated Naples and the Purplish Warbler because of his own matters. The severity of this matter was enough for him to turn hostile. At least, that was what Yi Xian thought. Long Kuei had been arrested by Naples and the Purplish Warbler. Not only did he injure the Purplish Warbler's father, but he was even prepared to take him to the Federation's Overwatch Council on the Immortal Star. This clearly showed that no matter what, even if it was a false accusation, the two of them would be taken down. Yi Xian could not tolerate this matter. Long Huai was the imperial uncle of the dynasty and the supervisor of the Wanluo Federation's headquarters. He was indeed powerful, but the other party had already made it clear that they were bullying him. If Yi Xian did not show his sword and blindly retreated, allowing Naples and the Purplish Warbler to be taken away by his assistant, Long Kuei, who would dare to draw close to Prince Xian in the future? After this incident, to what extent would Prince Xian's reputation be suppressed? In reality, Yi Xian did not consider these factors. The only thing in his mind right now was that he was unhappy, extremely unhappy. He was going to flip out. Didn't you want to bully me? That's fine, we'll just hurt each other. On the surface, his foundation and strength are indeed not as good as yours, but isn't this just a fight? How big of a deal is that? Even if I can't beat you, I dare to fight you head-on. Besides, I have the confidence to win. With this thought in mind, Yi Xian immediately issued an order to the devouring system. It immediately began to analyze the general position of the Wanluo Federation's headquarters and not the Immortal Federation's stronghold. The analysis results came out quickly. The Federation's stronghold had not left the heavenly underworld star for long, only half a day. Furthermore, when they left the heavenly underworld star, it seemed that they did not intend to go straight to the nearest wormhole and use the wormhole to quickly return to the Immortal Star. Since that was the case, it was naturally impossible for them to travel at full speed. As such, the distance between the Federation's stronghold and the heavenly underworld star was not considered far. It's obvious that he wants to settle all the confessions on the way. Then, as soon as he arrives at the Immortal Star, he will immediately accuse me of framing him. That's a good plan. What a cruel heart. Yi Xian pondered for a moment and guessed Long Huai and Long Kuei's plan. He was so angry that he laughed and muttered a few words to himself. Then, he activated the Dongshu shuttle and rushed toward the nearest wormhole in the direction of the Immortal Star. Although he left half a day later than the other party, since the other party was not in a hurry, Yi Xian only needed to enter this wormhole to close the distance. In reality, according to his estimation, by the time the Dongshu shuttle rushed out from the other end of this wormhole, if there were no accidents, they should have already arrived in front of the Federation's stronghold. This would allow him to make some necessary arrangements in advance on the star path that the other party had to take to reach the Immortal Star. Since they were robbing people, there was obviously no need to be polite. This time, Yi Xian was even mentally prepared to use the Heavenly Legacy clan's stronghold. When he was just a commoner, he was not afraid of power. He even dared to provoke the Demon Scout Corps, let alone now that he had the identity of a prince on the surface. Chapter 3080. Fully prepared. Although Yi Xian was infuriated, he wasn't so angry that he would lose his head. Their target this time was an interstellar fortress. If they wanted to take back Naples and the Purplish Warbler, they had to use their trump cards. However, Yi Xian had to consider clearly what could be used and what couldn't be used. Of course, the couldn't be used here didn't mean that they absolutely couldn't be used. Rather, it was best not to use them unless they had no other choice. For example, the Headless Infant's corpse or the Thunder Origin Pearl. Either one of these two existences could be used to deal with this Federation fortress. However, if that happened, the consequences would be truly difficult to bear. On the one hand, Yi Xian's trump card would be exposed. On the other hand, if they used the Headless Infant's corpse or the Thunder Origin Pearl, this Federation fortress guarded by Long Kue would most likely be lost. That would be a major incident. Furthermore, Naples and the Purplish Warbler were still in this Federation fortress. If they really did leave them be and accidentally hurt them, Yi Xian wouldn't be willing to do so. As the Dongshu shuttle rushed into the wormhole, these questions quickly turned in Yi Xian's mind. He fell into deep thought. After muttering to himself for a while, Yi Xian quickly set the tone for this operation. Since they were rescuing people, it could also be said that they were robbing people. In that case, this operation would be considered a robbery. The purpose of a robbery was to rob, not to kill or destroy. Thus, in terms of strength, they had to intimidate. In terms of methods, they also had to be intimidating. Now that he had decided on this theme, it was easy to arrange the next step. It was nothing more than one sentence: display a sufficiently intimidating force and force Long Kue to hand over Naples and the Purplish Warbler. The other party only had one battleship, but it was a starry sky fortress with a diameter of 100,000 meters. If Yi Xian wanted to form a sufficient deterrence against a force of this level, he would have to have at least one starry sky fortress. In other words, the Heavenly Legacy clan's fortress in the bank would have to be revealed this time. Yi Xian didn't care about this. This starry sky stronghold wasn't in existence like a trump card in his hands. Sooner or later, it would be exposed. This time, it was just a little earlier. In addition, the Black Mosquito, Black Wind, and Saint, the three interstellar fortresses with a diameter of 10,000 meters could also be used. The fact that he had these three interstellar fortresses was no secret to the Myriad Federation and the Eternal Dynasty. Apart from that, the 10 million mosquito beasts and the 100,000 unkillable void soldiers could also be deployed in the void. However, there was no need to take out Prince Shui Ben, 8-star Wang Gua, and the other high-end forces. Long Kue was also a supreme existence in the Profound Light realm. The Blood Ben Prince was only at the Origin realm, and the 8-star Wang Ladle was the same. The Origin realm was only the 9th Great Realm, while the Profound Light realm was the 11th Great Realm. With a difference of 2 great realms, it was useless to mobilize them. It was even possible that the other party would use them as a method to attack Yi Xian and kill them first. In addition, Yi Xian's Naboshin, Ba Chai, Li Mosquito, and the other demon experts were only at the 8th realm of the Black Hole realm. The strongest, Mo Nuzwa Feng Tai, was only at the 4th level of the Origin realm. They couldn't be used this time either. Even if they were used, they would die. Furthermore, they were demons. It wasn't convenient for them to be exposed in this kind of situation. On the other hand, although the 10 million mosquito beasts and the 100,000 void soldiers were weak individually, they had the advantage in numbers. As they spread out in the void, they still had the visual effect of deterrence. Moreover, even if Long Kue wanted to rely on killing these mosquito beasts and soldiers to deal a blow to Yi Xian, and he did indeed have the ability to do so. However, as a supreme expert with the cultivation of the profound light realm, how could he disregard his status and attack these mosquito beasts and soldiers? In short, using the mosquito beasts and void soldiers could achieve a deterrent effect and prevent too many losses. It was definitely worth it. Of course, this wasn't enough. Although the headless infant's corpse and the lightning origin pearl couldn't be used, Yi Xian could use the weeping soul blood horn. Back then, the 9-star Ladybird Empress was a grotto heaven realm existence at the 10th level, but she was still suppressed by the weeping soul blood horn. She couldn't even resist. Just from this point alone, it could be deduced that the weeping soul blood horn should be able to suppress mystic light realm or even stronger existences. Apart from that, Yi Xian had to show some kind of powerful ability. This way, he could use this opportunity to create a deterrent effect that would be beneficial to him. However, the demon person's mental energy secret techniques and abilities, such as the Annihilation Spear, Destructive Whirlpool, Mental Lightning Technique, Mental Suppression, Mental Charm, and so on, weren't suitable to be used. With Yi Xian's current level of mental energy secret techniques and abilities, he wouldn't be able to threaten a mystic light realm expert. The elementary demon's soul pupil only had the ability to see through one source. It was a support-type ability, so it wasn't suitable either. As for the Golden Divine Dragon's bloodline body tempering technique, it wasn't an offensive technique. Instead, it was a body tempering technique. Even the giant dragon's roar and the demon dragon's eye that he obtained after mutation were limited by Yi Xian's own strength. They weren't very strong right now, so it wasn't good to use them too early. Although the Rai Di seal in the center of his sea of consciousness contained large amounts of green lightning and golden lightning, it would be very difficult for Yi Xian to control it once it was used. Even if it wasn't as terrifying as the lightning origin orb, it would still be impossible for that universal fortress to remain undamaged. There was still the possibility of accidentally injuring Naples and the purplish warbler. Only the fallen sky bow was an exception. The fallen sky bow originated from the Desolate Era Yiksha. It was originally an imprint of a Desolate Era divine ability that was left in Yi Xian's Sea of Consciousness. Unlike the black gold dragon scales in his Sea of Consciousness that represented the bloodline of the divine dragon and the demonic dragon, as well as the other secret techniques and divine abilities of the demonic humans, this kind of primordial divine ability was not divided into elementary, intermediate, and so on. From the very beginning, the fallen sky bow didn't have any grades. Once it was used, it would absorb a large amount of the host's energy, including cultivation power, mental energy, life force, physical energy, and even the mysterious aura released by the void marrow crystal. All of this would turn into a golden energy arrow that shot towards the opponent. Of course, the more powerful Yi Xian was, the more energy the divine ability imprint could absorb. The golden energy arrow that shot out would be even more powerful. However, even with Yi Xian's current strength, as long as he controlled his speed and used a large amount of his cultivation power, mental energy, physical energy, and so on, this arrow might not be completely harmless to mystic light realm experts. The only problem was that if he didn't control his speed well, and the golden arrow absorbed too much energy, Yi Xian would probably faint on the spot like the previous 2 times. However, if he stored up energy in advance and used a large amount of multi-pupil thought crystals and star core origin to charge the arrow, this problem could be resolved. Chapter 3081. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. Long Kuei's lobbying the Dongshu shuttle only stayed in the wormhole for 2 hours before it rushed out from the other end of the wormhole and stopped on one of the paths leading to the undying star. The distance covered by this 2-hour wormhole jump would take an entire day even at the normal speed of an interstellar fortress. The Federation fortress that Naples and the purplish warbler were in had only left the heavenly underworld star half a day earlier. In other words, it would still take half a day to reach the space where Yi Xian was at. Moreover, it would definitely pass through here as long as it wanted to return to the undying star. In the vast universe, there were star paths everywhere. Every path led to Rome. Originally, There was no such thing as a path that had to be taken, but what kind of existence was the Undying Star? The imperial capital of the Undying Dynasty, one of the two great human factions, was where the headquarters of the Myriad Net Federation was located. Every year, countless warships would head there from all directions of the Undying Star. However, in general, there were only 3 fixed star paths that were the best choice. These 3 star paths were the fixed paths that led to the Undying Star from the imperial capitals of the 3 great empires. At this moment, Yi Xian was on one of these star paths, the main star path that led from the imperial capital of the heavenly underworld star to the Undying Star. In the void, there were many star paths that had been explored and confirmed to be safe, but most of the time, these star paths were very quiet. Although there were many fleets going back and forth between the various administrative planets, the universe was too big, resulting in such a situation. However, this kind of desolate atmosphere was almost impossible to see on the 3 main planets. Sailing on the 3 main planets, it didn't take long for them to see 1 or 2 fleets of various sizes. Some belonged to some forces, and some were merchant fleets. At this moment, when Yi Xian's Dongshu shuttle appeared, there were fleets that could be seen from far and near. Yi Xian didn't care about these at all. Apart from rescuing Naples and the Purplish Warbler, he also had another purpose in robbing the Federation fortress. That was to show that he was domineering and not to be trifled with. Therefore, after stepping out of the Dongshu shuttle and waving his hand to keep it in his undying world, Yi Xian didn't care and directly brought out the Black Mosquito, Black Wind, and Holy Child scout fortresses. Some of the fleets in the nearby void were shocked. There was still a difference between the Demonkin scout fortress and the human race's great fortress. Those with discerning eyes could tell at a glance. This group of people thought that the Demon Kin had attacked Universe 3 and had even attacked the Heavenly Underworld Empire. They were so scared that they were in a panic. They quickly fled and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Yi Xian didn't mind. With a wave of his hand, he activated the concealment formation of the 3 scout fortresses. Then, he took out the Thunderbolt Star Fortress that was 100,000 meters in diameter and stood in front of the 3 scout fortresses. He also activated the concealment formation. The Federation's fortress. In nearly a day, Long Kuei had finished interrogating Naples and the Purplish Warbler. At this moment, he was using another kind of conciliatory plan to persuade the 2 of them. Since it was a conciliatory plan, he naturally couldn't use isolation and interrogation that would easily make the 2 of them reject him. Long Kuei even arranged a sumptuous feast in the resting area of the command cabin on the top floor of the Federation's fortress. At this moment, he had just opened a bottle of 100-year-old red wine and planned to have dinner with Naples and the Purplish Warbler. He wanted to use this opportunity to persuade the 2 of them to cooperate with him and give a better testimony. Just at this moment, a Federation communications officer in the fortress sent an instant report. What was recorded was the feedback of the sudden appearance of 3 demon scout fortresses about 2 hours ahead of them. This was clearly the news spread by the merchant ships that were startled away. Long Kuei glanced at the report and immediately smiled. He casually put it down and poured the red wine as he said to Naples and Xianyuan Ziying, "To be honest, even I feel that it's not worth it for the 2 of you to be so insistent. Do you know why? Because the guy you insist on protecting has proven with facts that he is just a kid who is still wet behind the ears. He is not worth investing in at all. In front of us, about 2 hours away from the main star, there are 3 demon scout fortresses. Of course, this can't be because the Demon Scout army has already reached the Heavenly Dark Empire. Those 3 Demon Scout fortresses are clearly the Black Mosquito ship, Black Wind ship, and Saint Child ship." Hearing this, Naples and the Purplish Warbler were stunned at first, then their expressions changed at the same time and became gloomy. Long Kuei took in all of this, and the complacent look on his face became even more apparent. He felt extremely good about himself as he continued, "Pardon my bluntness, but if I were that Prince Xian of yours, what I would do at this time is to secretly return to the Immortal Star and find his recently favored mother. Perhaps I could even put in some pillow talk with the immortal emperor and escape this calamity. Unfortunately, this kid is too impulsive. 3 demon scout fortresses that I don't know how he got his hands on, and he dares to intercept a Federation fortress. Ha ha ha. Let's not talk about how arrogant and ridiculous his actions are. Just this action of openly going against the Overwatch Council of the Federation is enough to confirm some of his crimes. The 2 of you can be considered to have a bright future. One is a 3-star general of the Undying Army, and the other is a direct descendant of the Xinyuan family in the Heavenly Underworld Empire. But you met the wrong person and were fooled by this guy's false reputation and chose to be loyal to him. This is really, sigh, what a pity. But it's not too late to turn back now. As long as you record a testimony according to my instructions, then, dream on. Without waiting for Long Kue to finish, the purplish warbler immediately interrupted him with a cold laugh. He then said, "Do you think Prince Xian is as childish as you say? In addition to the 3 demon fortresses, he also has a star fortress that is no weaker than yours. He also has an army of millions of mosquito beasts and tens of thousands of space-swallowing beasts. You should know about the space-swallowing beasts, right? They are terrifying creatures that exist in the space-swallowing black holes of the demon star sector. Even the super star destroyer cannons of a normal fortress cannot damage them. They can even swallow the void of the universe. An army of tens of thousands of space-swallowing beasts is enough to gnaw your Federation fortress into a rotten watermelon." These words were actually what Yi Xian had said to Naples and the purplish warbler in the Shurjian fortress in Naples. It was just that the 2 of them didn't believe it at that time. In fact, even now, Naples didn't believe it. The purplish warbler was the same. She only said this because she didn't like Long Kue's face and mouth. She just wanted to vent her anger. As for Long Kue, it was obvious that he wouldn't believe Yi Xian. After hearing the purplish warbler's words, he was stunned for a moment. Then, he raised his head and laughed.